Chapter 9:16. Chu Feng's scalp was about to split open. His entire body was surging with battle blood, and for a moment he was seething with anger. He rushed forward with the heavenly umbrella in his left hand and the violet golden bamboo in his right. He charged toward the depths of damning pure land like a bolt of lightning. He wanted nothing more than to kill that red-clothed woman in one blow. How hateful! That kind of smile looked charming and sexy at first glance, but it was truly filled with malice. At this moment, Chu Feng's entire body seemed to have been electrified. That was his surging anger. He truly couldn't restrain his anger. He had never hated someone like this before. The starry skies were also in an uproar. What happened in Damung Pure Land had been captured by the heavenly eye and spread to all races. No one could calm down. A super-evolved civilization had been massacred just like that, and the reason was so simple. How tyrannical! Many people felt sad and mourned for the death of the rabbit. The attitude of the purple-haired man and the red-clothed woman was unbearable. Every race reacted intensely. Now, the entire starry skies were paying attention to this matter. The situation was too serious. Where was Chu Feng? Many people cried out. For a moment, many people felt that this great demon, Chu Feng, was actually so kind. They really wanted him to appear immediately and kill all these people. Someone was astonished. The heavenly eye captured an afterimage rushing past. The old experts of every race straightened their bodies and sat up. They had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Chu Feng charged over from the damning Pure Land. There was a boom as the purple golden bamboo in his hand enlarged. It was like a dark purple iron rod that could shatter a primordial divine mountain. It suddenly smashed down from the end of the void. Apparently, these people in the depths of the Pure Land were all sharper than the last. Their divine instincts were shockingly terrifying. They immediately discovered traces of enemies and danger and quickly reacted. Without a doubt, there were saints among them, and they were peak characters at that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to kill the two old saints of damning Pure Land. Chu Feng's eyes were red as he attacked with all his might. Containing the most profound transformations, he displayed the true meaning of a lightning fist in his two-handed weapon. He moved as fast as lightning and locked onto his target, unwilling to give up. Boom! The heavenly umbrella in his left hand blocked the fatal attacks of more than one saint. At the same time, the violet golden bamboo in his right hand transformed into thousands of purple beams that locked onto the red-clothed woman. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere. Even though that red-clothed woman's reaction was fast, rising up like a scarlet flood dragon, fast as lightning, she was still struck. With a blood-curdling scream, her legs exploded into a bloody mist. It had to be said that her reaction speed was lightning fast, and she was a genius. Her grasp of the battle was astonishing, and her sensitivity to danger was frighteningly high, allowing her to avoid the fatal blow. She brushed past the Grim Reaper, but she couldn't escape the fate of being heavily injured. The purple golden bamboo didn't hit her skull, and in the end, it swept across her calves. Naturally, there was no suspense. She couldn't block it, and even though she was wearing pure gold armor, her calves were still blasted off. Not only this, but the violet gold bamboo was an exceptional holy artifact. It was accompanied by symbols and a bit of terrifying innate light, blasting apart his thighs inch by inch. Blood splashed everywhere. In the end, even though she executed a shocking movement technique and flew out in a strange arc, the area below her waist still disintegrated and a scarlet red sprinkled down. She screamed miserably. The smile from not too long ago, as well as the arrogance in the depths of her eyes, had completely disappeared. There was only pain left. Having a large half of her body smashed down was even more frightening than having her waist chopped in half. Everything below her chest was gone, and her flesh was badly mangled. Half of her body flew out horizontally, smashing into a mountain peak and making that place collapse. At the same time, Chu Feng's heavenly law umbrella was shaking, resisting the group's attacks. This weapon was extremely special. After the umbrella opened, it protected Chu Feng behind it, completely covering him up. It blocked the other five's attacks, so he didn't encounter any danger. In addition, he was still taking the initiative to attack. This umbrella was refined from innate divine objects, and its power was tremendous. It could directly slaughter saints. Gotcha! The large umbrella spun, completely twisting apart the flying swords on the other side, turning them into shining metal fragments. The people in the starry sky were all overwhelmed with shock. Those flying swords were all dazzling with dazzling divine radiance. Some were golden like the blazing sun, some were scarlet like the blood moon, and some were silver and sharp. They were all holy objects. Several holy swords were actually broken by the heavenly law umbrella, just like that. It was just too shocking. Boom! In the end, this place shook and the two sides separated. Many of the surrounding domain-covered mountain peaks had collapsed, and it was a complete mess. Chu Feng retreated. The people on the other side also had solemn expressions and raised their weapons to confront him. There were 6 people in total. Among them, 2 saints were well-known figures in this realm, and 2 minor saints were among the 9 most powerful experts of this generation in the chaotic universe. The last one was an old quasi-saint servant. The red-clothed lady was a minor saint. She was in a miserable state after losing half of her body. She quickly consumed a bottle of blue medicinal liquid. As an expert at this level, she could already regenerate after severing her body. Now, she was even faster. Additionally, the old servant was in a miserable state. Half of his body had been split open, and he had almost been strangled to death by the invisible energy from the heavenly law umbrella. The 6 people at the scene were all surprised. They hadn't expected that Chu Feng would attack as soon as they mentioned him. At this moment, Chu Feng lifted the old saint who had been cut in half at the waist and retreated to a safe area. He immediately poured a bottle of red medicine into his mouth to stabilize the mottled energy in his body and prevent his flames of life from extinguishing. At this moment, the starry skies were in a hubbub of voices. No one had expected Chu Feng to attack so quickly and seriously injure the red-clothed lady. How delightful! I didn't like the great demon Chu Feng in the past, but why do I feel that he's so amiable today? The damning Pure Land can be considered a fairly peaceful sect, but he exterminated them just like that. He even killed Goddess Qin and Chu Feng's child. He's too damn vicious. Kill him, Chu Feng. Avenge your wife and child. In the starry skies, the evolvers from various races were enraged. They wanted nothing more than for Chu Feng to kill all these people immediately. In the damn Pure Land, Chu Feng stared at the people in front of him with bone-piercing, killing intent in his eyes. A chilly gale swept through the entire mountainous region. It was very cold here because everyone had been killed. Apart from this old saint, it was hard to find a single survivor in this orthodoxy. The damning Pure Land's fate was too tragic. Where's Luoyin? Chu Feng asked the only surviving old saint, but his eyes were locked onto the 6 people in front of him. She was pierced through by the purple-haired youth and the red-clothed lady while retreating through the wormhole. It's unknown whether she's dead or alive. She retreated to a hidden planet in our Pure Land, the old saint informed. Chu Feng's heart thumped. He had a premonition that things were looking grim. What realm was Qin Luoyin at? She wasn't even a quasi-saint, but being hit by 2 minor saints was fatal. Even if she had defensive armor and a divine weapon to protect her body, she probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. A minor saint was a quasi-saint among the strong. His strength was too strong. I'm going to kill all of you, Chu Feng roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the people in front of him. In reality, the 6 people in front of him were also staring at him. They were very shocked. There were 2 saints among the 6 experts, but they still couldn't kill Chu Feng in the attack just now. It really moved them. Chu Feng, you killed my grandson, Luo yelled. We naturally have to take revenge, a saint said. He looked middle-aged, but he was actually very old and had become a saint long ago. You dare to kill someone from my primal chaotic deity palace, so I'll naturally exterminate your 10 clans. We're not targeting you today. We just want to clean up Luo Yang's resting place and make this place more peaceful. Another saint also spoke. He was also from the primal chaotic deity palace. I think you guys are more like a group of lackeys. Chu Feng's eyes were sinister. These people seemed to be following orders to take the damning Pure Land's breathing technique. He felt that something was wrong. You're F** king courting death. Luo Yang's grandfather's eyes were cold. He felt that these words were very piercing because this was the truth. This was their current situation and current situation. They were forced to follow the people of the Yang realm, become a tribe, and obey orders. All of you die. Chu Feng didn't want to say anything else and wanted to kill them directly. Wait. At this moment, the red-clothed woman spoke. At this moment, she had healed her injured body and put on a scarlet battle robe again. She said, Chu Feng, you kill my brother Luo Yang. Today, we won't use external objects and will fight with our bare hands. Do you dare? Don't listen to her. Kill her directly to avoid any undue delay. The old saint behind Chu Feng warned in a low voice. Whether we use weapons or not, the time spent is the same. I'm afraid I'll beat her into dregs if I use weapons. I really don't want her to die so easily. Chu Feng spoke. The two secret treasures in his hands disappeared as he walked forward and approached the red-clothed woman. Go to hell. The red-clothed woman berated and rushed forward. In a split second, she erupted with a terrifying aura and saintly might. Without a doubt, she had devoured the true origin of a saint as a quasi-saint and sealed it within her body. She would erupt at the critical moment in order to deal with an enemy she couldn't defeat. At this moment, she smiled again in a charming and sexy manner. Luo Yang, do you see this? I'll personally take his head and offer it to you. My name is Cheng Wei, one of the 9 minor saints of the chaotic universe. Remember my name when you go to hell. She was smiling cruelly. Her hands were bright red as if they were dripping blood. They blossomed with scarlet light and pierced through the void. She was using a peerlessly tyrannical finger technique known as the Crimson Sun Finger. It could pierce through everything and tear apart saints. Of course, these words were all transmitted spiritually. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to finish speaking in an instant. I've pierced through your wife's body, and now I want to kill you. Despair, she screamed. Her smile was no longer charming and had become slightly sinister. However, when Chu Feng's hand stabbed forward, she cried out in fright because her fingers had been cut off and blood was gushing out. Chu Feng's hands were like 2 short spears. They were indestructible and emitted glaring light. This was the flying immortal spear, a divine technique unique to Earth. His fingers turned into spears and pierced through her Crimson Sun Finger. Then, he pierced through her chest. In a split second, there were hundreds of bloody holes in her body. Blood was gushing out from them one after the other. It's not like you cultivated the origin of a saint yourself. Do you really think you're a saint? You're just a clay chicken or pottery dog. Chu Feng shouted. He grabbed her neck with a bang and pulled her in front of him. He raised his large palm and slapped her until all her teeth flew out and her face was distorted. Then, with a bang, Chu Feng kicked her up and she exploded in midair. Cheng Wei let out a blood-curdling scream. Her body had collapsed, but her soul light had reformed. In the end, she was caught by Chu Feng's large hand and crushed forcefully. Her soul light immediately dimmed by 60% and was about to be completely obliterated. Hee, go ahead and kill me. I just so happen to be reunited with brother Luo Yang here. This red-clothed woman was hysterical. She was at death's door, but her smile was bewitching. She wasn't afraid of death at all. At the same time, the other 5 people made their move and attacked together. Isn't it too easy for you to die like this? Chu Feng blasted out with the heavenly umbrella to block the other few people while he took out a copper lamp and lit it up with a pop. He sent the red-clothed woman's soul light into the wick, causing her to howl miserably as she burned there without end. This was a divine tool seized from the corpse race. It was very demonic and could refine people's souls. It could integrate soul energy into the wick. I'll burn you for 3 days and 3 nights before I destroy your body and soul," Chu Feng said. At this moment, he also attacked the others. It was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, murderous intent overflowed the sky. Everyone's moves were ever-changing, and they all used great killing weapons. Chapter 9:17. The Luo clan's saint roared. His flesh and blood reformed, and his soul light reappeared as he wanted to reconstruct his true body. At their level, they could resurrect their flesh and blood and gather their soul light again. Their vitality was extremely tenacious. Chu Feng had been staring at him all along. He used the heavenly umbrella to block the others while the purple golden bamboo in his hand swung and hacked forward. Puffed. The Luo clan's saint's body disintegrated again. His soul light also dispersed and became much dimmer all of a sudden. He was severely injured, and there was no one who didn't die. Moreover, just as he was about to reconstruct his soul light again, Chu Feng moved. His large hand covered the area and grabbed his soul light. "Come over here," shouted Chu Feng. The Luo clan's saint struggled with all his might. If he were to be captured by Chu Feng, he would definitely die. His soul light surged as he struggled with all his might in an attempt to escape. At the same time, the purple-haired young little saint Wu Qingtian also attacked. Luo Yang's grandfather, another saint from the Luo clan, also attacked frantically in an attempt to rescue him. The heavenly umbrella spun and burst forth with natural light. Its might was enormous as it blocked that person. At this moment, a bronze lamp in Chu Feng's hand glowed. It was verdant and looked a little terrifying as it spewed out a beam of light that froze the escaping saint's soul light in an instant. Then it swept over. The primal chaotic deity palace's saint sank into the lamp wick and was burned by the dark green flames. He screamed miserably and was in incomparable pain. This was the pain of burning one's soul and tempering one's spirit. After a long time, one was destined to be obliterated and die cleanly. Almost at the same time, the red-clothed woman's soul light appeared at the lamp wick and howled in grief. Her soul light collapsed and then reassembled before falling into the lamp wick and being burned again. Death substitution talisman. You want to use this to escape? You can't escape even if you ignite your soul and explode after being thrown into this 9 nether corpse fire lamp. Chu Feng sneered as he looked down at the red-clothed woman's soul light struggling inside. It wouldn't work even if the other party had a death substitution talisman on her. It would be even more painful as she would be burned to death and resurrected before being burned again. A bronze lamp flickered with faint green light, carrying an ancient and sinister aura. It was held in his hand, refining the two individuals' souls. The attacks from the opponents became even more ferocious, but the heavenly Dao umbrella was indeed a treasure. Xiantian light circulated around it, dispelling all kinds of sacred Dao runes. "Die all of you!" Chu Feng shouted. After putting away the bronze lamp, with the heavenly umbrella in his left hand and the purple golden bamboo in his right, he pounced forward like an ancient, fierce tiger. At this moment, the old servant among the 4 of them was very powerful. He actually activated dozens of flying swords. Even though he was a quasi-saint, he knew profound sword control techniques. At the same time, a formation diagram appeared above his head, and he controlled 36 flying swords with astonishing might. Dazzling flying swords flew out one after another. The sword lights were terrifying as they combined together and drew out complicated trajectories. They slashed at Chu Feng from all directions, interweaving with the runes of order. Boom! The earth split open, and it seemed as if it would kill gods and Buddhas that stood in its way. Hundreds and thousands of sword chi streaked across the land. Even some of the majestic mountains nearby that had been set up with domains were collapsing. They were smashed into powder by the glaring sword chi. Chi, chi, chi. The heavenly Dao umbrella rotated, and all the flying swords collided with it. Immediately, sparks flew out in all directions. Some of the flying swords were broken, while others had many nicks on them. They flew out and directly cut through the mountain peaks. The scene was terrifying. Die! Chu Feng shouted as he shook the umbrella with all his might. With a bang, the old servant was destroyed. His formation diagram and over 30 dazzling flying swords turned into metal fragments and were destroyed in one day. So, it turns out to be a saint. I really misjudged you. Chu Feng laughed coldly. How is this a quasi-saint? It was an extremely powerful ancient saint. If he didn't have the heavenly Tao umbrella, he would have most likely suffered a great loss. The combination of the formation diagram and the flying swords was fairly fierce. With a buzz, the heaven and earth rotated. All the mountains were rumbling as they moved. The scene was exceptionally astonishing. Many dazzling domain runes soared up from the ground. It was as if active volcanoes were erupting one after another. They turned into clusters of lava dragons and rushed into the sky. Someone was activating a domain. There was actually a domain grandmaster among the six. This green-robed old man wasn't any weaker than Chu Feng. He had finally completed his arrangements while everyone was exchanging blows with Chu Feng. Luo Yang's grandfather, the old saint of the Luo family, and little Wu Qingtian had been retreating just now to cooperate with his arrangements. They didn't go to help the old servant complete the large-scale killing domain. Competing with me in domains? Chu Feng's eyes were cold. He was too familiar with the damning Pure Land. The mountains and rivers here had long since been reflected in his heart. Now, someone wanted to trap and kill him here. They really didn't know the difference between life and death. Rumble. He took a step forward. The violet golden bamboo in his hand rapidly enlarged and turned thousands of meters long. With a boom, the domain grandmaster with a confident smile was stabbed to death. With a bang, the domain grandmaster disintegrated and was destroyed in both body and soul. Alas, this domain grandmaster was famous in the chaotic universe. He had entered the netherworld universe with pride and cooperated with 3 saints and 2 minor saints. In the end, he died in such a sullen manner that he couldn't be of any use. If it was another place, he might be able to engage in a domain battle with Chu Feng and exchange pointers. But in this area, he was courting death. Why? He couldn't believe that such a young domain grandmaster existed in this world the moment his body was smashed to pieces. Being a heaven-warping genius wasn't enough to describe him. Only the 2 of you are left. Die. Chu Feng pressed forward. Deity diagram, suppress. Luo Yang's grandfather roared. He opened his mouth and spat out a diagram filled with primal chaos. It spun rapidly and shot out 108 deity blades toward Chu Feng. This was even more powerful than the old servant's diagram. Its power was even more terrifying. The deity race has so many treasures. Chu Feng was astonished. However, he wasn't in the mood to waste time and rob the other party's weapons. It was enough to have a few high-quality ones. He immediately used the heavenly umbrella to block. 108 deity sabers flew around randomly, bursting with shocking saber light. Saber chi crisscrossed and flattened the mountain peaks in this area, completely cutting them into nothingness. Even the ground was shattered, turning into a sea of lava. However, it was still unable to break through the defense of the heavenly umbrella. Bang! In the end, Luo Yang's grandfather, the saint of the Luo family, was torn apart by the deity diagram by Chu Feng using the heavenly umbrella. When he got close, he was smashed into pieces by the violet golden bamboo. The saint of the Luo family was furious. This was a treasure he had gifted to Luo Yang back then. But in the end, this violet golden bamboo had sent him to his grave. The little saint, Wu Qingtian, was terrified. How could he fight? 3 saints had died one after the other, and even the little saint, Cheng Wei, had fallen in battle. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape. The domain grandmaster he had brought had trapped his own people here. Chu Feng attacked. His fist intent was grand, neutral, and carried with it an unparalleled might. In the end, he killed the purple-haired youth, Wu Qingtian. He carried the bronze lamp and forcefully restrained the 4 beams of soul light. He threw them into the 9 nether corpse flame lamp and burned them in the wick. Their anguished wails rang out incessantly. Some of them had death substitution talismans on them. This couldn't save them, so they wanted to use it to put their lives on the line. However, this would only add to their long and painful experience. The Black Blood platform and the Origin Beast platform captured everything clearly and truthfully. This greatly moved the group of people in the starry sky. The Demon King, Chu Feng, was furious. He had killed 6 great experts in one go and burned their souls with the flame of the lamp. He was decisive and tyrannical. Everyone could feel that even after killing these 6 people, Chu Feng was still surging with killing intent. There was an accident. We lost contact with one of our small teams. It seems they're all dead. On a glistening yellow gourd in the depths of the cosmos, the 4 people felt surprised. The experts they had subdued from the primal chaos universe had actually lost a small team. Interesting. The mirror-level powerhouses of the underworld universe have all left, and there aren't even many Saint-level evolvers left. Our team was actually completely annihilated in such an environment. It seems like there's really a grasshopper that can jump around after autumn. The man on the yellow gourd with a vertical eye between his brows wore a faint smile. He wasn't anxious at all. He looked at the giant golden heavenly hound and then at the black mastiff, instructing them to pay attention and find the person who had attacked. It's just a mole. Even if he hides in the depths of the earth cave, we'll be able to dig him out as long as we have time. The Day Tengu replied, its golden fur glowing. Chu Feng looked at the damning pure land covered in blood and corpses. He was furious, and a ball of fire was burning in his heart. However, he didn't stay for long. He had already disappeared with the old saint and rushed toward a hidden planet in a remote land. This was the damning Pure Land's path of retreat and escape. It would be very difficult for Chu Feng to find it if the old saint hadn't told him the correct location. The cosmos was dusky, and this part of the starry sky was very remote. It didn't belong to the flourishing land of the resplendent sea of stars, and there wouldn't be any experts passing through this place for a long time. Chu Feng arrived. He brought the weak old saint out of the wormhole and swooped down toward the surface of a small planet. Although the region was remote, this planet was indeed very beautiful. The wisteria on the ground was glowing. They were all as thick as buckets and bore countless flower buds that wrapped around the mountains and forests. Some of the trees were thousands of meters tall, like large umbrellas. There were also many house-sized mushrooms on the ground. They were all colorful and sparkling. There were also brightly colored butterflies that were several meters long, fluttering in the air. They could be used as mounts and carried a few young men and women to keep watch in the sky. These were the disciples of the damning Pure Land. Some of them had escaped from the calamity of the extermination of their sect, and some had stayed here for a long time. When Chu Feng saw Qin Luoyin again, his face immediately turned deathly pale. She was lying motionlessly in a crystal coffin with a child sleeping soundly on a small bed beside her. He felt the blood in his entire body boiling and almost rushing out of his body. His mind was buzzing, and he simply couldn't accept this reality. "Chu Feng, don't be impulsive," an old woman shouted. She was truly shocked when she saw Chu Feng rushing over. She was afraid that he would be too impatient and lose control of his terrifying energy, resulting in a disastrous outcome. With Qin Luoyin's current strength, she was still pierced through despite wearing the quasi-sage armor the damning Pure Land had prepared for the saintess. There were a few places on her body that were transparent, and terrifying bloody holes were still dripping with blood. Moreover, a golden luster pervaded the air as it corroded her body. Chu Feng sensed that Qin Luoyin was still alive, but her condition was deteriorating continuously. That kind of golden substance continuously corroded her body and soul, and there was no way to stop it. She was completely relying on this crystal coffin to suppress it. This is a strange and powerful substance. It's a rare treasure if used well, but it's a disaster if used poorly, the old woman explained. This kind of golden substance was incomparably rare and precious. It was similar to the black and white grinding stone in Chu Feng's body. Back then, it had tortured him between life and death before it was formed and crippled him. This kind of golden substance was also a similar kind of rare treasure. It was just that it was more harmful to the body and would be fatal if it wasn't subdued. At that time, that red-clothed woman didn't have any good intentions. She casually injected this substance into Qin Luoyin's body and used her as a vessel to deliberately torture her. Damn it! Chu Feng took out the bronze and other items and stared at the lampwick. His eyes were like flames as he stared at their burning soul light. He gnashed his teeth in anger and wanted nothing more than to kill them several more times. Pop! The flames in the lampwick pulsed violently as those people screamed like ghosts. It was miserable and frightening as their soul light exploded several times from being burned. I've decided to burn you guys for a longer period of time. You'll live a life worse than death every day. Chu Feng said coldly. He looked at Qin Luoyin again with a face full of worry. He took out all the sacred medicines on him, but the old woman told him that it was useless as it couldn't solve the problem at all. How can we save her? There's no solution at the moment. The old woman lamented. Chu Feng understood through her that Chu Wuhan was alive and well. It was Qin Luoyin who had injected the death substitution talisman into his body. Mother! At this moment, the unconscious child woke up. His big eyes were like gemstones, but there were glistening tears in them as he called out to Qin Luoyin. He was very affectionate but also very worried. He had experienced the confusion in the womb and had forgotten the past, but he was still very intelligent. He was less mature and slippery, but now he was innocent and pure. He was very anxious as he started to cry softly. Was there really no solution? Chu Feng didn't believe it. The old woman also shed tears and said, There's no solution. I know what you've encountered. You were once infected by the black substance, but this kind of golden substance is even more terrifying. After it invaded more than 90% of the soul light, no one has ever succeeded in dispelling it. Moreover, she wanted to say that Qin Luoyin's physical body had been pierced and her physique was almost in tatters. Moreover, her soul light was damaged too badly, so there wasn't much hope for her to recover from this kind of injury. Chu Feng opened his fiery eyes and looked at Qin Luoyin. In the end, his heart trembled as he saw Qin Luoyin's soul light was like a candle flame in the wind. It could be extinguished at any time. She had really reached the end of her life. She was only able to live until now because of this special crystal coffin suppression. No. Chu Feng's heart palpitated. This was the first time he felt so scared. At this moment, Qin Luoyin woke up and said softly, Take good care of our child. When he heard these words, Chu Feng's nose turned sour and he said in a low voice, Don't think too much. It's fine. You'll definitely survive. I didn't protect you this time, but there definitely won't be a next time. I know my own situation. There's no way to redeem it. Qin Luoyin's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She spoke weakly and looked at Chu Feng's nervous and red eyes. In the end, she seemed to be relieved and a gentleness appeared on her face. I know that there were too many accidents when we were together. We were originally two parallel lines that had no intersection, Qin Luoyin said softly. She still didn't have the strength to speak and her voice was getting weaker and weaker. I understand that you've never liked me. You're only together for this child and to fulfill your responsibility. No, it's not like that, Chu Feng said hurriedly. At the same time, he was very afraid because blood was dripping from the corner of Qin Luoyin's mouth as she spoke. The dark red color landed on the crystal coffin and was a ghastly sight. You don't need to say much and you don't need to comfort me. I know that I haven't entered your heart and you weren't my ideal Tao companion in the past. But many things happened after all. She was getting weaker and weaker and her words were almost inaudible. Chapter 9:18. Qin Luoyin's voice grew weaker and couldn't be heard anymore. Her once spirited eyes also dimmed without a trace of luster as an aura of death emerged. Chu Feng growled and clenched his fists. He opened the crystal coffin and urged his vigorous vitality to pour into her body. Her eyes were lifeless as she looked at Chu Feng. She tried her best to reveal a gentle smile, but failed. Her once beautiful and flawless face was somewhat stiff. She and Chu Feng had fought and confronted each other. In the end, they got along peacefully and walked together. Even though she had never thought of choosing him as her Tao companion, Those memories surfaced in her mind during the 100 years in the foreign land. He had once risked his life to save her and accompanied her day and night. After returning, he even dared to kill his way into damn pure land to marry her. How could there not be ripples in her heart? In the end, there was joy, gentleness, and affection. She had liked him in this life. But now, she didn't have much life left, and even her consciousness was blurred. Like a flower swept by the autumn wind, she rapidly withered and fell. At the last moment, Qin Luoyin regained her last radiance. She nodded at Chu Feng with difficulty and revealed a gentle expression. Then, she was powerless, and her eyes lost all luster. Luoyin, I've let you down. I couldn't protect you. Chu Feng was like a wounded lone wolf with a heart full of sorrow. He did everything he could to retain everything, but he couldn't change anything no matter how much he urged his vitality into Qin Luoyin's body. Moreover, he was horrified to discover that her soul light had lost its vitality and was about to collapse and dissipate from this world. At the same time, there was that golden light entangled with it and was about to evaporate along with it. Chu Feng used all kinds of divine abilities and divine skills in order to suppress this place and seal everything. He wanted to preserve everything and prevent her soul light from dispersing. But since ancient times, no one had been able to reverse life and death under the laws of the universe. The dead couldn't be resurrected, so how could it be changed? Luoyin, you're not dead. Chu Feng actually cried today. In the past, he had faced all kinds of hardships and tribulations with a smile. But today, as a man, he couldn't help it. His nose was sore and his eyes were blurry. He growled in a low voice because he wasn't willing to accept this cruel reality. Qin Luoyin had died in front of his eyes, but he was powerless to do anything, especially when he thought about what she had said. She had said that he had never liked her, that she had never entered his heart, and that they were only together for the sake of the child, as a kind of responsibility. This caused Chu Feng to feel a stabbing pain in his heart. He felt guilty and sour. He hated himself a little. Why didn't he shout out at that moment? Why didn't he say something to satisfy her wish? As for her, in the end, she looked at him gently. He could see that she had smiled and felt relieved. She had once loved someone in her life. However, in the end, he didn't say anything. At this moment, he felt a heart-tearing and lung-splitting pain. He fiercely punched himself. His mouth was filled with the taste of blood. Shame and hatred made him feel as if his blood was burning. He wanted to roar and scream. It was difficult for him to accept such a cruel and terrifying reality. On the side, a young and helpless child was calling out to his mother, crying out loud in grief, throwing himself onto the ground and crying nonstop. Chu Feng felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. He couldn't bear it, but he could only growl in a low voice. The veins on his forehead were protruding as he clenched his fists so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. Qin Luoyin's soul light dimmed and was extinguished. At the same time, it was dispersing and was about to completely disappear from this world. Chu Feng's eyes were completely red as he tried to stop it with all his might. This continued until his mind trembled violently. He took out his soul bell and actually fixed Qin Luoyin's soul light that had lost its vitality. She was dim and devoid of vitality, like a black and white painting. She had lost all of her spirituality in the past. A gust of wind was enough to destroy her and make her vanish into thin air. What is this? It's blocking the soul light from turning into rain and returning to heaven and earth. The old woman was very shocked at the same time, as she was sorrowful. She almost didn't dare believe it. She had personally taken care of Qin Luoyin since she entered damning pure land when she was young. She was very sad and mournful. Now, she longed for a miracle, but she was disappointed in the end. Chu Feng only fixed Qin Luoyin's body and dim soul light that was about to collapse in place. He couldn't sense her vitality anymore. No soul light escaped, and no substance leaked out. She's still here. She hasn't left. Outsiders think she's passed away, but I believe she's still here. There were tears on Chu Feng's face. He clenched his fists tightly with a hopeful expression and wasn't willing to give up. That ancient saint from Dammering Pure Land who had been cut in half at the waist had recovered a portion of his injured body. He arrived here and shook his head when he saw Qin Luoyin's lifeless and dim soul substance. Her spirituality has already dispersed, and only the energy to construct her soul light is left. This is a kind of material. Luoyin, she's dead. We don't want her to leave, and we don't want her to pass away, but she really isn't here anymore. Restrain your grief. The old saint's voice was trembling. He was very pained, but he was consoling Chu Feng. You don't understand. She's still here, said Chu Feng. His eyes were blurred by tears, and he wiped them away with all his might. He firmly believed that there was still hope. Then he turned around and rushed out of this place. He carried the violet golden bamboo and the heavenly umbrella into outer space and began to crush the seeds in the stone box. One of the seeds had transformed into the soul bell and was holding Qin Luoyin in place. There were still 2 seeds in his hand. Back then, he picked up the stone box at the foot of Mount Kunlun. There were 3 mysterious seeds inside. One of them helped him evolve continuously, but the other 2 never experienced any changes. Now that the soul bell was so useful, he wanted to try the other 2. He wanted to grind them into pieces and let Qin Luoyin eat them. No matter what, he always felt that the origins of these 3 seeds were heaven-defying. Perhaps grinding one of them would be equivalent to an immortal pill or miraculous medicine. But what made him furious was that even the violet golden bamboo couldn't break a trifling seed. He was actually powerless, even after using the heavenly umbrella. At this moment, Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to marvel at the evilness of these 2 seeds. Instead, his face was full of sorrow. What else could he do to save Qin Luoyin? He dove down to the ground once more and arrived in the room. He saw his young son crying loudly in Qin Luoyin's motionless body. Chu Feng's mind was in a whirl, and he was in incomparable pain. He calmed himself down because he was confused by his concern. Now, he had to think of a way to save her. He couldn't be impatient. Go to Earth and ask for help from a heaven illuminator. Chu Feng felt that his mind was in a mess. That was why he had overlooked everything. There were still experts on Earth who could save her. He used the soul bell to hold Qin Luoyin in place. He bade farewell to a few elders from Dammering Pure Land and entrusted the child to their care. Then, he borrowed the teleportation domain here to leave. After choosing a coordinate, he entered a distant starry sky. Chu Feng contacted the Wormhole Express Company in an uninhabited land and opened up a path to Earth. Swoosh! After approaching Earth and rushing out of the wormhole, he immediately dove down and charged toward the desert in the western region in search of red spider lilies. Now that the spirit Qi had awakened, the landscape on Earth had changed greatly. There were no more deserts, only vast oases. Senior red spider lilies, please show yourself and save me. I'm willing to bear any great karma, shouted Chu Feng. With a rustling sound, patches of faint blue-red spider lilies appeared on the surface of the earth. They were blue and lustrous as far as the eye could see. They were almost intoxicating and had no end in sight. A sigh was heard. Looks like I can't stay on Earth anymore. I'll have to travel far. Senior, Chu Feng was overjoyed. He was incomparably excited to be able to summon the red spider lilies. He directly stated his purpose of coming without hiding anything. A dark gray bridge appeared and carried him to the end of the horizon. He entered a small piece of netherworld soil on Earth. This place formed a space of its own in the original desert. Now, Chu Feng had entered. It's actually this kind of substance. I can't do anything. Moreover, she no longer has any signs of life. The red spider lilies actually couldn't do anything. Even he felt that there was no solution. Senior, aren't you a top-notch character among the Heaven Illuminators? Could it be that you can't refine this substance? Chu Feng didn't believe it. This kind of golden substance has condensed with her dim and inactive soul light. If I refine this golden substance, her soul light will also dissolve and be refined. This kind of substance is the most difficult to deal with. Once more than half of one's soul light is covered by it, it'll be very difficult to deal with. There's almost no solution. The red spider lilies said helplessly. He was powerless. Chu Feng felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Even the red spider lilies were powerless. He was a heaven illuminator, one of the most powerful people in the realm universe. Chu Feng was scared out of his wits. He really couldn't watch Qin Luoyin die. He felt sad in his heart, but he still wanted to save her with all his might. He couldn't accept this reality. There's still hope. She can still be saved. Chu Feng murmured, but his face was pale. He was truly in despair. I'm leaving. You should also leave quickly. The people from the Yang realm are here and will find this place sooner or later. Back then, I killed those bastards from the Yang realm. The red spider lilies told him this news. Chu Feng nodded woodenly and left the western region with Qin Luoyin in loneliness. Rumble. Blue light rushed into the sky as the red spider lilies left. In the end, he sighed and said, I have a premonition that I'll most likely face the calamity. But I'll kill some people. It won't be a loss even if I die. Take care. Chu Feng raised his head and watched him disappear into the void. At this moment, a black divine hound was running wildly in the universe. It had long since left the glistening yellow gourd. It was that little heavenly hound. Although it was called a little heavenly hound, it was still over 2 meters long in its normal state. It was very strong, and its black fur was shiny. Its eyes were very fierce and intimidating. Its target was actually the earth. It was talking to itself and said, My innate divine ability tells me that the Earth Mouse is in this galaxy. In addition to the information I obtained, his mother planet is also here. I think he's hiding here. There's no mistake. I'll ferret you out as soon as possible. At this moment, Chu Feng was on Mount Kunlun. He had arrived at the gates of hell. This place got its name because it was often accompanied by lightning. In the past, when Chu Feng first ascended Mount Kunlun, he had been framed by a purple gold woodpecker king and almost died in the lightning. This area was attacked by lightning all year round. After the awakening of Spirit Qi, the lightning became even more terrifying. In fact, there was a path underground that led to the purgatory. Chu Feng had arrived. He wanted to enter the danger zone. Chapter 919. Crack, crack, crack. Bolt after bolt of lightning fell from the firmament and into the mountains. They were extremely terrifying and capable of destroying everything. Even a void was torn apart. Were it not for the fact that Mount Kunlun was an extraordinary place protected by a large-scale domain laid down by an ancient sage master, it would have been blasted through. Even so, it was still universally shocking. This kind of lightning was extremely blazing, and the evolvers on Earth couldn't withstand it at the moment. Some beasts in the distance were incomparably horrified and trembling. If this were to strike them, they would definitely be turned into ashes. The lightning passed through the gates of hell. It was extremely glaring and terrifying. Chu Feng brought Qin Luoyin and entered the gates of hell with the heavenly umbrella in hand. There was a deep well here and a path to the purgatory. That lightning and glaring bolt of lightning were aimed at him, which surprised him greatly. The terrifying lightning here was more than 100 times stronger than before. Now that he was trying it out, Chu Feng tossed out a few golden Arhut level expert's weapons. In the end, the shiny spear, the dark green full moon scimitar, and the scarlet thunder drum all turned into flying ashes and were smashed to pieces on the spot. Or rather, they were directly disintegrated by the lightning. He drew in a breath of cold air. This was just the outer region. It was already so terrifying. He felt that this lightning contained at least the might of a quasi-saint. Ordinary people would undoubtedly die after entering the gates of hell. It was just like back then when the world was filled with ordinary people before the upheaval. Anyone who approached this place would die upon contact. Now that the world was recovering and the world had changed drastically, this place had also evolved into a terrifying place. It could still intimidate everyone. The purgatory is connected to this place. Don't tell me it's become even more terrifying inside. Chu Feng was apprehensive. Boom! His body trembled violently as arcs of lightning shot out in all directions. The heavenly umbrella in his hand trembled as it was struck by hundreds of lightning bolts at the same time. The scene was terrifying. Chu Feng rapidly entered the underground. There was a ready-made path here, and very soon, he entered a small space that was connected to an ancient mining area. In the depths of this secluded mining area, there was a fairly terrifying woman from the Yang realm. Although she was peerless in style, she was someone who had died millions of years ago and had shed her skin and been reborn. There was a saying in the world that this was an alternative path to immortality. In reality, the corpses had gained sentience and were resurrected with part of their memories from when they were alive. And this woman seemed to have not completely died back then. She carried her past memories and survived here with great difficulty. It was unknown if she had completely shed her old skin and completed a new life. Now that the people from the Yang realm had come over, Chu Feng already knew who was driving them through the few soul lights in the 9th Nether Corpse fire lamp. Back then, this woman had escaped from the Yang realm and killed many geniuses that were pursuing her. Even now, there were still corpses overflowing with Yang Qi in the depths of this ancient cave. Chirp, chirp. In this ancient cave, it was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. It was as if there were ghosts wailing in low voices. Someone was blowing on the back of Chu Feng's neck. Someone was patting his shoulder, and someone was trying to climb up his back. When the cold air touched his skin, it gave him goosebumps. Back then, even Chu Feng's fiery eyes had failed, and he couldn't see anything. But it was different now. He was a secondary saint, and he could see that many shadows were about to entangle him. Bang! The heavenly umbrella shook off many of the shadows. The ghost wail was deafening and very sharp. "Senior, it's me. Back then, I asked to see you. Today, I'm just passing by," Chu Feng said in a deep voice. In the end, the ghost wail stopped. "Senior, the people from the Yang realm are here. If they know you're here, they might harm you," Chu Feng reminded. This person had killed many people from the Yang realm. At the same time, he frowned and was inexplicably worried about Yao Yao's grandfather. Would he also be targeted? The ancient cave was silent, and no one responded. Chu Feng wasn't resigned and said, "Senior, my wife is entangled by the golden substance," he said softly. He wanted to ask for help here and see if this woman from the Yang realm had a way. "I'm powerless." Chu Feng didn't expect the other party to really respond to him. It was just that the answer was very cruel and made him feel that it was exceptionally cruel. Even this unfathomable woman from the Yang realm had no way to resolve it. Once refined, just as the red spider lily said, Qin Luin's soul light would also be melted. "I'm leaving too," said the woman. Silver light flourished in the ancient cave, and, with a final boom, the woman disappeared completely, plunging this place into darkness once again. Had she also left Earth and completed her transformation? Chu Feng was startled, and his heart was stifled. The Yang realm was too terrifying. Even this woman was afraid of being discovered. For a moment, his heart was heavy. Who could stop the people from the Yang realm? Chu Feng cupped his hands at the void and ran without looking back. He rushed toward the path that led to purgatory. It seemed like this was the only place he could go. At the end of the purgatory, behind the radiant city of death and in front of the reincarnation ancient cave, there was a clay idol. According to what the old fox said, he might be alive. If this was true, it was hard to imagine what kind of expert this was. Perhaps even a celestial venerable would be afraid of him. After all, no one had ever heard of a celestial venerable daring to disturb the reincarnation path. A clay idol sitting at the end of the reincarnation path had shaken the past and present. Even the powerhouses from the Yang realm didn't dare to investigate it. If they wanted to explore something, they could only let their disciples walk on the reincarnation path. At the same time, they had to obediently fight in the depths of the Yang realm's most terrifying forbidden areas and obtain a mysterious talisman in advance. This was the only pass on the reincarnation path. Chu Feng was horrified. As he approached the purgatory, everything was different. He felt his hair stand on end, and his skin was about to be torn apart. His scalp was in intense pain. This place had indeed changed. It was different. Swoosh! Chu Feng walked into the crack in the void and entered the stone room in the purgatory. He saw those skeletons again. In the end, he rushed out and truly entered the purgatory again. In the blink of an eye, his hair stood on end and his whole body tensed up. In the outer realm, the little heavenly hound rushed into the depths of the Milky Way. Its nose was very sensitive. It didn't use its sense of smell to chase after the enemy, but a type of divine art that was even more powerful than divination. Chu Feng killed the troops subdued by the Yang realm powerhouses and killed Wu Qingtan, Cheng Wei, and the Luo clan saint. This caused the little heavenly hound to investigate and personally chase after Chu Feng. It locked on to Chu Feng because it wasn't a secret that he had killed those people. The heavenly eyes of all the major platforms in the Yin realm had captured the scene of Chu Feng's attack. The little heavenly hound was now as fast as lightning. It rushed out of the wormhole several times and gradually approached the solar system. In the end, it approached Earth and arrived in outer space. Oh, the smell of decay is disgusting. I don't like the Yin realm, and I won't like this place either. Every vital planet is actually a mass grave for the people of the Yang realm. The little heavenly hound muttered to itself. Its black fur was glowing, and its face was full of disgust. It looked down at the blue planet below and revealed an odd expression. I also feel a strange aura. It's a little strange. It became cautious based on its intuition, and then silently entered Earth and landed on Mount Kunlun. Afterward, it sniffed along the way, and its nose glowed. Its innate divine art was extremely astonishing. Its nose emitted black ripples, as if it was searching for something. In the end, it stopped at the foot of a large mountain and used its claws to dig a pit that was dozens of feet deep. If Chu Feng was here, he would definitely be very shocked. This was the place where he had picked up the stone box. This little heavenly hound was too sharp to actually find this place. Strange, there's nothing here. But why do I have a special feeling? Could it be that something was buried here in the past, but is no longer here? The little heavenly hound muttered to itself. Afterward, its expression shook and it said in a trembling voice, "Could it be an artifact from the Yang realm?" Afterward, it couldn't sit still anymore and said with incomparable anxiety, "What should we do?" Once the legendary item of the Yang realm awakens, it will be difficult to sense it even if the ancient powerhouses come. It will restrain itself and hide its traces. Yes, let me calm down and think about it. It calmed down and pondered carefully. Then it coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood essence and began to make deductions. The little heavenly hound's eyes flickered. That's not right. The thing we want should be in the most terrifying mass grave of the Yin realm, the burial ground of the celestial venerables. Perhaps the artifact from a Yang realm was brought over by certain celestial venerables in ancient times. It was certain that there was no celestial venerables buried on this planet, because there wasn't that kind of terrifying aura. If a celestial venerables were rotting, that kind of smell would terrify it. A celestial venerable's bodies wouldn't rot for tens of millions of years, but it was hard to say after a longer period of time. Crash! There was a silver collar on its neck. Now, as it shook, 8 figures flew out. There were actually 5 saints and 3 quasi-saints. This kind of combination was too powerful. "Oh, my servants, listen to my command. Search this place and find this earth mouse." While speaking, the little heavenly hound tapped with its paw, and a vivid and lifelike image of Chu Feng appeared. These 8 people came from the chaotic universe, and were all extraordinary characters. But now they had been subdued. In reality, these people were also angry. The experts from the Yang realm had suppressed them, but in the end, they were bestowed to the mastiff they reared. This was really a disgrace. They felt resentful, but didn't dare to resist because they wanted to live. Restrictions had been set up on their bodies. In addition, they were indeed moved by the promise of those people from the Yang realm. They wanted to do something good, and then they were chosen and brought to the Yang realm. It was just that they still felt a little sad in their hearts to be ordered around by a dog. What are you looking at? How can a trash saint like you compare to an evolver from the Yang realm? Not to mention my master, even I can slap all of you to death with one paw. The little heavenly hound sneered. The 8 people were silent and didn't refute. They scattered and searched the Kunlun mountain range. This was because the little heavenly hound was sure that the earth mouse was nearby. It regarded Chu Feng as an earth mouse and didn't care about the so-called geniuses of the Yin realm at all. In its opinion, the so-called geniuses of the younger generation in this universe couldn't even compare to the disciples of a small sect in the Yin realm. Yes, it's here. In the end, it was still the little heavenly hound who found the clues. Its nose was too sharp, and it constantly emitted black ripples to find the gate of hell. Swoosh! It rushed over with the 8 people and attracted terrifying lightning. Even the 8 saints were moved, and their bodies tensed up. However, the little heavenly hound had a look of disdain on its face and didn't care at all. The silver necklace around its neck glowed and successfully blocked all the lightning. It couldn't hurt them in the slightest. Go! It rushed underground with the 8 people. Yes, there's something strange here. They used to be Yang Qi here, but even if it's been erased, it's not completely gone. But I don't have time to investigate it now. Let's go after that earth mouse first. Who does he think he is to dare kill my people? Without my permission, even if he's my slave, he can't be touched by a mere earth mouse from the Yin realm. The little heavenly hound was rather arrogant and rushed all the way. It arrived at the end of the road almost in the blink of an eye. It entered the crack in space and walked into the underground stone room. Then it really rushed into the purgatory. Woof! Woof! In an instant, it started barking and its body tensed up. Its black dog first stood on end, and its eyes were wide open as it stared in front of it in shock. Chapter 9:20. The little heavenly hound came in. The surroundings were pitch black, and it was deeply frightened. Its black fur stood on end like a frightened hedgehog. What did it see? The ground was littered with dog heads in a sinister state of death. Some of them were still attached to half their bodies. Some were still dripping with blood, and some were bearing their snow-white fangs. Woof, a woo, roar! It shouted and retreated continuously. Beside it, the eyes of the 5 saints and the 3 quasi-saints were also dripping with blood. They had goosebumps all over their bodies, felt their scalps go numb, and felt uneasy all over. However, when the little heavenly hound retreated, it suddenly discovered that there was a stretch of crooked and withered trees behind it. There were dog corpses hanging on the trees. Some were chopped at the waist, some were decapitated, and some were hung with their long, scarlet tongues hanging out. Who the hell is targeting my heavenly hound race? It roared angrily. Now even its spine felt cold. This place was too demonic. The heavenly hound race was rare, and there were less than 100 of them left. They had powerful innate divine techniques and were mostly raised by the disciples of almighty and celestial venerables. Their strength and status were very high, and few dared to provoke them. Provoking a heavenly hound might offend a group of old hounds with powerful backgrounds. The little heavenly hound discovered that these corpses were actually heavenly hounds. They were all drenched in blood, and the lowest realm was at the golden Arhut level. There were many saint hounds, illuminators, and even old heavenly hounds at the divine king level. The ground was covered in black dog blood. The stench of blood was pungent. It was too terrifying and made the fur on its body stand on end. Woof F asterisk CKU. Suddenly, the little heavenly hound roared and cursed. It took out the silver collar on its neck and smashed the ground in front of it. In an instant, all the heavenly hound corpses disappeared. At the same time, the 8 saints beside it trembled violently and came back to their senses. The little heavenly hound's expression was gloomy and cold. It knew that it had fallen into an illusion just now. It asked the other 8, and it was indeed so. What they saw were all tragic scenes related to themselves, and actually didn't realize that it was fake. What was this place? The little heavenly hound's face was gloomy as it sensed carefully. Its expression was ugly. There were indeed some heavenly hound's remains in the ground that he blasted open. Some were golden bones, some were silver. They were all supreme, divine bones. In the past, there were indeed deity kings of the Tiango race that had fallen here. However, there weren't that many of them. After a round of digging, the little Tiango discovered a total of 4 corpses. At the same time, There were even more skeletons of experts from other races. It was the same for Chu Feng when he first came in. He saw all sorts of terrifying phenomena, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the wailing of ghosts and howling of gods, all of which had something to do with him. However, he had the eyes of fire and gold. He opened them immediately and realized that this was not real. The purgatory was as dark as ever. If an ordinary person entered, they wouldn't even be able to see their fingers in front of them. However, Chu Feng was an old horse that knew the way, so he sprinted in a certain direction. Not long after, he saw a speck of light. That was the radiant city of death. It was still a few thousand li away, but the light it emitted could already penetrate through. Chu Feng moved as fast as lightning and arrived outside the city of death in the shortest amount of time. He once again saw countless corpses lying in disarray. They were different from the ones he saw last time. They seemed to have been replaced, but they gave off the feeling that they had existed for millions of years. The enormous city of death towered there. It was grand and imposing like the ultimate land of the underworld. Inside, it could determine the life and death of all creatures in the mortal world. The city was drenched in blood. It was densely packed and gloomy, filled with countless corpses. At the same time, terrifying auras were being emitted. Some of them had blood energy rushing into the heavens. Some were emitting chaotic energy, and some were curling up with black mist. As expected, it was different from what he saw in the past. This region seemed even more terrifying. Chu Feng tried to toss out a weapon. It was a quasi-saint grade weapon, but after that flying knife was tossed into the sea of corpses, it actually shattered with a ka sound. Without a doubt, among the millions of corpses here, some were still emitting terrifying fist intent and order symbols. The scene was too horrifying. However, there were also some places that were relatively peaceful and safe. It seemed like they could be passed through. At this moment, the object on Chu Feng's body was different from before. The stone box was slightly sparkling and translucent, and a portion of its surface was emitting a faint light. The scenery of the mountains and rivers was faintly discernible. It was even clearer than last time. The fist-sized stone box displayed a blurry diagram, and it hid some of the ultimate terrains recorded in the domain books. Chu Feng, who was still feeling pressured just now and felt that he might be in danger if he continued forward, now heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure had disappeared. At the same time, he once again experienced the extraordinariness of the stone box on him. This was purgatory. It was connected to the end of the reincarnation path, but only a corner of the stone box was glowing. Just what kind of origins did it have? Swoosh! Chu Feng didn't delay at all. He leapt into the air and chose a safe path from the boundless sea of corpses. Then he charged toward the radiant city of death. Along the way, he couldn't hide his astonished expression. What did he see? A white tiger shrouded in a torrential blood mist, a dragon surging with purple mist, an immortal bird illuminated by a five-colored divine radiance, and a golden-winged rock with golden light connecting the sky. These species were very rare to see in the Realm universe. They were almost extinct, but here he saw several along the way. Suddenly, Chu Feng's heart sank as he felt an unbearable pressure. A spatial bracelet on his body emitted a crisp sound and then broke into pieces. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and released Qin Luoyin and the soul bell in advance. What was going on? Qin Luoyin's corpse was actually about to lose control and fly toward the radiant city of death. A haze appeared in his heart as he hugged her body and advanced cautiously. He arrived in front of the radiant city of death while withstanding an indescribable strange force and rushed up with a swoosh. He was still shocked as he looked down at the whole city from here. There were corpses all over the city. Some seemed to have died not long ago and were still emitting heat. Some had been cold for who knew how many years. The city was almost filled with corpses, and they were piled up from the bottom all the way to the top of the city. The sea of corpses was like the end of hell, the place of final judgment, and the resting place on the path of reincarnation. After arriving here, Chu Feng couldn't suppress it anymore. Qin Luoyin was actually being pulled by an indescribable force, and was about to fly into the city. How could he let go? He was very anxious in his heart. Did this stone box only protect him, or did it only protect the living? After arriving at the city of death, Qin Luoyin's body and soul light seemed to have been summoned. She threw herself into the city of death and was about to step onto the path of reincarnation. Stop! Chu Feng growled. He absolutely wouldn't let go. Once Qin Luoyin entered the city, her fate could be imagined. She would immediately obliterate all traces of this life. After she was reborn, it would be a brand new beginning, and she would be a different person. Even though he had a black talisman on him that came from the little Taoist, even if he gave it to Qin Luoyin, it wouldn't be the resurrection of this life. He didn't know which universe she would be reincarnated in or when they would meet again. As long as he had a choice, Chu Feng wouldn't send her on her way alone. In the city, there was a huge stone millstone. It was very coarse and had a diameter of several kilometers. It occupied a third of the city and rumbled as it rotated. One could see a sea of corpses flying up from the city and falling onto the millstone. The following scene was too bloody and indescribable. The dragon sparrow, Tao Tai, golden hoe, heaven-illuminating white jade elephant, and a white qilin all fell down just like that. They were crushed into a bloody pulp and looked very miserable. This was the mark of an erased lifetime. Blood splattered in all directions as the empty soul light floated out from below the coarse stone millstone like a specter and stepped onto the path of reincarnation. There's no way to bring Luoyin to the end of the path of reincarnation to see that clay idol. Chu Feng frowned and felt that he couldn't hold on much longer. Qin Luoyin almost flew out several times and entered the city of death. He had a face full of worry as he jumped down from the city walls of the radiant city of death and rapidly retreated. Only then did he restrain Qin Luoyin's body. What to do? The fire in his heart had been mostly extinguished. This path was blocked, and it seemed he couldn't save Qin Luoyin. Should I settle her down and rush to the end of the path of reincarnation alone? Chu Feng muttered to himself. He didn't know whether he would be smacked to death after awakening that clay idol. This wasn't something he was worried about at the moment, but rather he was very sorrowful and felt powerless. There was no better way to save Qin Luoyin at the moment. He suddenly raised his head as he sensed a living being approaching. There were actually living beings in this land of death. His fiery eyes could see into the distance. Standing on a high peak, the scenery thousands of kilometers away was reflected in his eyes. He saw a dog with a body as black as ink and a length of over 2 meters at the end of the earth. What surprised him the most was that this dog was sitting on the silver chariot. It was half sitting with its black dog legs crossed. There were actually 4 people pulling the chariot, and there were also 4 people following around the silver chariot. One look, and one could tell they were followers as they approached the radiant city of death. Hurry up, you servants are too slow. What's the use of keeping you? The heavenly hound berated. It was very dissatisfied with the 8 saints it had subdued from the primal chaos universe. The 2 quasi-saints and 2 saints were pulling the chariot of dog. One could well imagine the indignation in their hearts. Now that they were being berated like this, the flames of fury surged in their hearts, but they didn't dare to speak out. Oh, I've long since smelled the aura of that earth mouse amidst the boundless aura of death and decay. It's actually somewhat fresh. How rare. The little heavenly hound's eyes were half closed. It sensed something and opened its pitch-black eyes in an instant. 2 terrifying bolts of black lightning shot out and illuminated the area thousands of kilometers away. Sparks flew in all directions in the void. Its gaze collided with Chu Feng's golden eyes and produced an indescribable ripple which stirred up runes. Chapter 9:21. Thump, thump, thump. Sparks flew in all directions in the air like metal colliding, emitting an ear-piercing sound. The heavenly hound's gaze was extremely sharp and intimidating. It had cultivated the heavenly eye and was far superior to many of the so-called heavenly geniuses in the Yin realm. The heavenly hound's bloodline was rare, but they were all exceptionally powerful. Under normal circumstances, they would already be following deities even when they were still young. One could imagine how powerful their bloodline was. Many experts were willing to raise one, but they were too rare and difficult to obtain. A distance of 500 kilometers was too short for saint-level evolvers. They rushed over in the blink of an eye and arrived in front of the radiant city of death. Seeing the boundless corpses, this group of people was quite shaken and horrified. Woof, where have I come? Why does this feel like the purgatory of legends? Only those with great luck could walk this path. Not everyone had the opportunity to come here. Some celestial venerables from the Yang realm believe that this place wasn't naturally formed and was suspected to have been arranged by an ancient and unfathomable powerhouse. Ordinary people had no luck coming here because they were involved in some terrifying laws and order. God damn it, purgatory! Even celestial venerables haven't come here before. How did I come here? The heavenly hound was afraid, but it soon stabilized itself. Its true body hadn't entered the city of death, and it hadn't died yet. It had never stepped on the path of reincarnation. So what was there to worry about? There shouldn't be any danger as long as it didn't charge in rashly. It would be fine if it retreated along the original path. It didn't know much about purgatory, because this was something only terrifying characters would study. It had only overheard some bits and pieces of information. In the Yang realm, the hierarchy was extremely strict. There were many things one couldn't come into contact with without reaching that level. Chu Feng retreated and approached the radiant city of death. He hid behind a pile of corpses because he knew that the strange dog in the distance had discovered him. The other party possessed the heavenly eye and an extremely keen sense of smell, as expected of a dog race. In a split second, he knew who it was because he had used the 9 Netherworld Corpse flame lamp to find out who was the mastermind behind them from Wu Qingtian, Cheng Wei, and the others. He was immediately filled with fury because he knew that this was a creature from the Yang realm. It was them who ordered the Damung Pure Land to be bathed in blood and snatched the breathing technique. Scumrat, get over here. Why aren't you welcoming the arrival of a holy primate? The little heavenly hound opened its mouth, and the penetrating power of its psyche was very strong. It penetrated tens of miles and reached Chu Feng's ears clearly. Trash? Rats? Chu Feng's face turned cold when he heard this. Even a dog from the Yang realm was so arrogant, casually humiliating an evolver from the underworld universe. It was too much of a jerk. Chu Feng ignored it and checked his belongings. He was ready to slaughter the dog at any time. Earth Mouse, are you deaf? Didn't you hear the call of the Tian clan rankers? A quasi-saint shouted with a fierce aura as he charged into this area, praising the Tiango race as a celestial race. A dog servant was willing to be a slave. This caused Chu Feng's gaze to become increasingly cold. In this era, some people lived lives worse than dogs, and some people were even worse than dogs. This was truly tragic. What was even more lamentable was that they were still very willing to be a dog servant. Chu Feng tidied up the belongings on his body and walked a few steps away. You son of a b******. You let someone pull your carriage and act like a dog. Do you think you're not a dog? After the little heavenly hound heard this, all the fur on its body stood up. It bared its fangs and stared at him with a cold gaze, as if it was looking at a dead man. My servants, which one of you is going to bring this rat over to me? The people born in the underworld mass burial grounds are all idiots. They are always arrogant and think that they are geniuses. In the Yang realm, they are nothing more than trash that can't be shown in public. Upon hearing the little heavenly hound's cold words, a quasi-saint directly stood out and shouted, Chu Feng, come over and kowtow to the envoy of the Tian clan. Don't make a mistake. Chu Feng didn't pay attention to him. He was willing to be a dog's servant. What else could he say to them? Hee hee, you think highly of yourself now. I want to see how you will lower your head and beg for mercy later, said that quasi-saint. Then he asked the 2 saints beside him for help. They all came with great weapons and pressed forward, wanting to apprehend Chu Feng. Although they knew that Chu Feng had killed some saints before, they were still fearless. With the little heavenly hound following behind them, even if they weren't a match for him, it was still worth it for them to assume an offensive stance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A quasi-saint and two saints rushed over, but in the end, they exploded and turned into blood and bones on the way. This was because when they passed near an undying bird, they were blasted into pieces by the terrifying killing intent and blood she had emitted. It wasn't that they didn't feel how terrifying the depths of the corpses were, but when they saw Chu Feng standing there unscathed, they felt that he was fine and that nothing would happen to them. Reality was just as cruel. Chu Feng could stand there, but they couldn't. Yes, you have a treasure on you. The little heavenly hound's eyes lit up. Although it didn't sense anything, through this comparison, its servants were dead and Chu Feng was safe and sound. It didn't care about the deaths of the 3 people at all. This made the other 5 feel bitterly disappointed. However, they had chosen their own path and walked it themselves. Rat of the Netherworld, you better come over and submit to me. I'll bring you to the world of the living and give you a beautiful path. I'll gift you a supreme opportunity that can allow you to escape from this rotten and gloomy environment. What do you think? Shouted the little heavenly hound, waving its large paw at Chu Feng. Chu Feng's expression was cold. You're really a dog, a thing that looks down on people with dog eyes. You have no right to be arrogant in front of me. So what if your master is here? You dog. He really couldn't stand this puppy. It didn't know how to speak human language, so he couldn't help but berate it. You're called Chu Feng, right? Are you courting death? Or are you courting death? The little heavenly hound became colder and colder. It pulled a long face, and its fur trembled as it stared at Chu Feng. Chu Feng said, "Tell the master behind you to come and find me. Forget about a dog like you. If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll beat your head into a dog's." At first, he was still angry, but in the end, he couldn't help but laugh. There was no need to beat his head into a dog's head. The little heavenly hound's expression was sinister. I'll kill you no matter what. I'll make you beg for death and exterminate your entire clan. The girl you're hugging is your wife, right? Haha, it's good that she's dead. Let me tell you, I'll kill everyone related to you. She's the first, and there will be many more who will die. Chu Feng didn't hesitate. He wanted to test the strength of the strange gray substance in this area. He took out the green leather calabash and pulled it out. You dog of the living world, I'll kill you first. I'll kill those who raised you another day. Not a single one will be spared. I'll kill them all. Chapter 922. N. When the little Tengu saw the thumb-sized green calabash in Chu Feng's hands, its eyes immediately lit up, releasing blue light, incomparably greedy, saying, "Good stuff, good treasure. It's actually a treasure produced by the innate calabash vine. This item has karma with me." It sat on the silver war chariot, laughing loudly, its dog mouth wide, eyes half closed, feeling extremely carefree inside. Chu Feng was also laughing, but it was a bit cold. Death was at hand, yet this little dog was still so greedy, looking like a gluttonous dog. It truly was annoying. A rat from the netherworld could actually obtain an innate calabash that grew in the primal chaos. It really is surprising. However, it definitely wasn't personally picked by a lowly trash like you. Just hand it over, offer up such a great gift, and I might be able to make you the leader of my servants. The little Tengu spoke arrogantly, as if it was only natural, asking for it. However, its expression suddenly changed. After the calabash was pulled out, it was the same as revealing great terror. Even if an innate treasure could hide from heaven's mysteries, it couldn't hide it now. Woof! The little Tengu was too sharp, directly leaping into the air, kicking aside the war chariot, about to escape. Pung! Unfortunately, Chu Feng forcefully slapped the bottom of the calabash, blasting out a large wave of gray mist. This wasn't the small strand he released back then in the foreign realm. After the strange substance appeared, it rapidly and violently condensed into a beast. It was like a living creature with an expression on its face. It turned back and smiled at Chu Feng. It was simply too sinister and even made a throat-slitting gesture at him. Chu Feng sucked in a cold breath of air. What the hell was this thing? Did it really develop intelligence? Why did it feel so evil, making one feel vexed and uneasy. Wong. The void even trembled. The gray substance-formed beast roared, its speed comparable to light, instantly rushing over, throwing itself onto the little Tengu's body, pressing it there. No wolf Alho! The little Tengu cried out, roaring angrily, doing everything it could to retaliate, its entire body covered in symbol light. What the hell is this thing? Roar, heavenly dog, swallows the moon. It roared angrily and used a type of innate divine ability to frantically tear at the strange gray substance. The two wild beasts were fighting each other. However, the little heavenly hound was horrified. It bit down on the neck of its opponent. This was supposed to be a fatal attack, but in the end, the little heavenly hound's body instantly weakened. This was because the little heavenly hound was actively devouring the gray blood of its opponent. Meanwhile, the other party's bite was also fatal, injecting large amounts of strange substances that corroded its flesh and soul. No, the little Tengu let out a blood-curdling screech. In that instant, it was filled with terror. It felt like its body was about to wither up, let alone the little Tengu, with such a large amount of gray mist surging over at the same time and entangling with it. Even a god would be forced to kneel down. Calamity, world destruction, inauspicious matter. It howled, and then it barked, heart-tearing and lung-splitting. It came from the heavenly dog race, but had heard of this type of terrifying thing before. Unless a powerful figure personally took action, even divine kings would find it hard to escape death if they came in contact with it. It cried out miserably, "Chu Feng, take it back and let me go." The little Tengu actually cried out miserably and trembled. Its previous arrogance and tyranny from not long ago had all vanished. In just a split second, its body shriveled up, and the essence of its blood disappeared. At the same time, its soul light dimmed, and it was on the verge of decaying. In a split second, it seemed to have aged 10,000 years. It was as thin as a match, and its shiny black dog fur was no longer lustrous. It was incomparably dim, and even its eyes were devoid of light. Run! The other 5 saints were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies, and all of them fled. However, it was already too late. That gray beast split into 5 streams of aura, and they turned into 5 streams of flowing light as they chased after them, drilling into their bodies. The few of them cried out miserably as they fell to the ground and rolled about continuously. So tyrannical? Chu Feng was terrified. He still hadn't taken out all of the gray substance, and only released a small portion, yet the effects were already so astonishing. As expected of the terrifying gray mist that tormented hundreds of deities to death. This was their combined body, and now it revealed its sinister side, causing even Chu Feng to tremble with fear. Chu Feng, where it's possible to forgive people, one should forgive them. Let me go. The little Tengu howled. Recite the most powerful breathing technique you've ever practiced, Chu Feng said expressionlessly. All right. The little Tengu was very cooperative and immediately recited it. As a result, Chu Feng's expression darkened. This was the breathing technique of the Tengu race, and it actually had to be accompanied by dog barks. How was he supposed to practice it? He could only give it to the Mastiff King. Do you have a celestial venerable level breathing technique? Chu Feng asked with a gloomy expression. No, the Tengu breathing technique is most suitable for me. At this point, its eyes suddenly revealed an ominous glint. The collar on its neck emitted a buzzing sound, and it flew out, transforming into a silver ray of light as it crashed toward Chu Feng. Bang! Chu Feng activated the heavenly umbrella and directly shook it off. Unexpectedly, the silver collar wasn't damaged, and it emitted a silver light as it was sent flying high into the sky. How is this possible? This is a treasure refined from the celestial, venerable 8 trigrams furnace, yet it actually didn't shatter. Why does your umbrella look a little familiar? The little Tengu was astonished. At the same time, it became increasingly weak. It was already all skin and bones, and its essence, energy, and spirit had all been exhausted. Moreover, it was emitting a rotting smell. At this time, the 5 saints nearby were rolling about and howling in anguish. They were in an extremely miserable state as their soul light disintegrated and their physical bodies collapsed. They produced all kinds of senses and saw all kinds of enemies they had encountered in their previous lives charging over and tearing at their flesh and souls. In the end, the 5 saints died very miserably. They died even earlier than the little Tengu, and only a small portion of their corpses remained. Following that, the little Tengu also howled incessantly. Its skin and fur peeled off inch by inch, and its bones were broken one after another. It was unbearably old, and the rotting smell was unbearable. Its soul light collapsed, and it also died miserably here. Even though they were next to the ghost town, their soul light matter had all melted away, and they were destined to be unable to reincarnate. They were dead beyond redemption, and only their rotting corpses were left behind. This is 2F** King Miserable. Chu Feng was convinced that these people had suffered the greatest pain in their lives in that short instant. Their eyes were filled with despair, and they wished for nothing more than for Chu Feng to directly step forward and kill them. Only then would they be freed. Withdraw. Chu Feng used the innate gourd to try to withdraw the gray mist on the few remains. Most of it returned, but a small amount was still left behind in the rotting corpses. Chu Feng's heart palpitated as he recalled the sinister smile the gray substance gave him after it transformed into a wild beast, and it made a throat-slitting gesture. Was it going to find him sooner or later? This thing seemed to have spirituality, and it wasn't an inanimate object. Chu Feng withdrew the silver necklace and stood here for a long time. In the end, he threw the few rotting corpses into the ghost town, and then he watched closely. In the end, he heard a howl that was like that of a malicious spirit. That was the remnant gray substance being crushed by the millstone, and the millstone was emitting golden light. This made his scalp go numb. How could a small amount of gray substance actually cause such a huge commotion? As expected, there was no soul light left behind from those corpses. Only the gray substance had been crushed and annihilated. Chu Feng drew in a breath of cold air. He paced back and forth here for a long time. He sent Qin Luoyin into the spatial bracelet, and then put it back into the stone box. He then tried once more to go to the end of the reincarnation path. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. An ineffable power swept over from the radiant ghost town to take away Qin Luoyin's corpse. It was unknown if the stone box was only protecting Chu Feng, or if it was only protecting living creatures and not Qin Luoyin. Chu Feng retreated in a hurry and brought Qin Luoyin far away from that place. He sighed lightly. If he had no other choice, he could only send Qin Luoyin to reincarnation. He wanted to follow her into the reincarnation cave and personally take a look. He wanted to take a turn and send her to the afterlife. But he wouldn't give up now. He brought her with him and still had to find a way to revive. In the end, Chu Feng left the purgatory and returned to Mount Kunlun. At the same time, on top of the glistening yellow gourd in the depths of the cosmos, the 4 experts and the Dai Tengu were issuing orders. The disciples of other celestial venerables from the Yang realm have found a breathing technique passed down in our Yang realm. Although it's incomplete, it's still impressive and has astonishing reference value. We have to act quickly. The Dameng breathing technique was originally very powerful, but it was snatched away by a rat. We have to kill him and take it back. Additionally, we can find the 9 Glories breathing technique and the Undying breathing technique. Oh, let's mobilize all our men according to this list. Sweep through the Yin realm universe and find what we need. In an instant, there were many figures around them. They were all experts they had subdued and were ordered to sweep through the relevant star domains in search of what they needed. I'm back. Our corpse race is actually attacked at our doorstep. What a disgrace. I want to kill everyone who dares to blaspheme our race. Let me go to the Milky Way. Yes, our deity race has encountered a calamity once again. How shameful. What? Our Shilin race was almost exterminated. Some figures were shouting angrily. After being released, They immediately used their photon computers to contact their main race. After understanding the situation, their expressions were frighteningly gloomy. They belonged to the realm universe and had gone to the primal chaos universe to fight for opportunities. In the end, many of them had been subdued. Remember, listen to orders. No one is allowed to act recklessly. Go to whichever star domain you're supposed to go to. The man on the yellow gourd with a vertical eye between his brows warned coldly. Yes, those roaring people lowered their heads, but there was a cold glint in their eyes. At the same time, the other groups from the Yang realm were also issuing orders. They were competing and sending out the experts they had subdued as well as their own servants. Chapter 923. Beams of light rushed to various parts of the universe. Very soon, the sea of stars was boiling. Some of the most powerful saints from the various races had returned and reappeared in the world. Eighth ancestor, my corpse race is in such a miserable state. Sob, sob. A few saints are dead. They were completely wiped out by that little bastard Chu Feng. Countless core disciples have died. Since the most powerful 13 ancestors from ancient times have returned, you must seek justice for your race. Some people were weeping and complaining. Their hearts were overflowing with anger and unwillingness. Deity race ancestors, the heavens have blessed my race. All the ancestors have returned safely. What a pity. My race was actually bullied to the point of lowering our heads to the enemy. Moreover, there were people from a barbaric planet that we had conquered and massacred along the way. We almost exterminated our race. How hateful! There was clamor everywhere, and no tranquility could be found. Although those who returned couldn't rush back to their race immediately and had to obey orders, it made their race excited and incomparably active. The universe was currently in a state of heated discussion. Some were excited, some were afraid, some were dancing in joy, and some were trembling. Everyone had different reactions. Everyone knew that something big was about to happen because the information that the returning ancestors had revealed to their race through the photon computer was too terrifying. The people from the Yang realm had come, and even the chaotic universe wasn't their match, let alone the Yin realm. In particular, they hinted that regardless of whether it was the experts at the Illuminator level in this universe or the gods in the chaotic universe, they were all being used. Some of them were being used as blood sacrifices and suffered miserable fates. Who could resist the people from the Yang realm in such an environment? What could they do? Many great races were worried. They were afraid of being massacred and worried that they would follow in the footsteps of the Damung Pure Land. Now, they already knew that the people from the Yang realm were looking for some special ancient breathing techniques. Lost techniques from the Yang realm won't cause great karma. It's best if they're extremely ancient and powerful, like the Great Dream Call or the Nine Glories breathing technique. After this kind of news spread, some ancient orthodoxies were afraid. Even the Buddhist race and the Tao race were palpitating, afraid that they would be destroyed. Earth, this barbarian land, has actually risen from the ashes and is trembling once again. Die. On that day, a saint who had returned was furious and declared that he would slaughter the earth completely. Some people knew that Earth, which had recently risen to power, was most likely going to be in big trouble. There were only a few saints on Earth, and there was only Uncle Ming. As for those races that had been destroyed by Chu Feng, they had quite a few ancient ancestors. Their foundations were so deep that it was frightening. This time, if these people returned from the Chaos Verse, how could things possibly end peacefully? Even though they were subdued and turned into tribes, they were still extremely terrifying. If so many ancient sages were to slander Earth at the same time and request to fight against Earth, Earth would definitely be in serious trouble. The universe was about to fall into chaos. Many races were worried that they would be exterminated. Of course, there were some races that were relatively calm. They already knew that their race was no longer on the list of people to be exterminated. The Earth has the robbery induction breathing technique, but no one has ever unearthed the ultimate potential of this breathing technique. Even those who possess it haven't been able to successfully cultivate it. It's the most mysterious technique, and it's worthy for all the lords in the Yang realm to study it. No one had expected that the first to stand out would be the Shilin clan. They publicly welcomed the arrival of the various deities from the Yang realm and were willing to act as guides to find the famous breathing technique. At the same time, they first promoted the Earth's breathing technique. At this time, even though the corpse race, deity race, netherworld race, and spirit race were all celebrating internally and looking at Chu Feng with hatred, they didn't make any big movements on the surface. But the Shilin clan dared to do so. They were the first to jump out and rebel against Earth. They wanted to become guides and destroy the place where their mother planet used to be. This was like an explosion. Every part of the starry sky wasn't calm. Many people observed a moment of silence for Earth. Encountering such a cold-blooded and shameless Shilin clan, the Earth lineage would most likely die a miserable death. The saints of various races returned with news that the troops from the Yang realm were greatly shaken. They were extremely interested in the robbery induction breathing technique. Some people realized that Earth was done for. How could they have a good ending after being targeted by the people from the Yang realm? The Shilin clan are all wolf cubs. As expected, they're innately rebellious. In ancient times, they changed sides at the last moment and dealt a fatal blow to their own people. Now they're doing this again. We've all let them off, but in the end, they're the first to kill Earth's evolvers. In a certain remote galaxy, the Black Yak side, he was extremely angry and felt that the Shilin clan was too disgusting. It was a mistake not to exterminate them last time. Chu Feng's heart is too soft. He should have massacred them back then. Not even a blade of grass would grow. Even a blind mouse would fall to its death. A Kunlun demon said regretfully, "Forget it. It's human nature." Chu Feng was originally a modern man living in the city. It hasn't even been a few years since the upheaval. It's fine if you ask him to kill a few people because of his hatred, but he definitely can't do it if you ask him to massacre many planets and plunge the people into misery and suffering. Just like you and me, Old Black used to be a black yak on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Would he be able to do it if you asked him to massacre millions and millions of lives? After all, he grew up eating grass. The old donkey said and then said, "I can't do it either. I grew up in an aristocratic family of scholars in Jiangnan." Moo my ass. You're just a donkey. What aristocratic family of scholars? You also eat grass. The black yak glared. He was indignant at the old donkey's slander and retorted, "Speaking of which, Brother Tiger isn't a vegetarian. When I roamed Siberia and the northeast region, I ate wild ginseng and never killed." The Manchurian tiger shook his head. Bullsh asterisk T. You have to eat meat with your chopsticks every time you eat spirit medicine. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat it. Ouyang Feng looked down on him. The conversation diluted some of their worries, but their hearts were still filled with haze. The pressure was immense and boundless. The current situation of the Earth wasn't good. At this time, the deity race, corpse race, netherworld race, spirit race, and machine race also began to express their stance. They said that they had been bullied and humiliated by Chu Feng and that they couldn't tolerate it anymore. They had to kill him. After these races expressed their stance, the universe became increasingly restless. In addition, some orthodoxies that didn't get along well with the Earth also stood out and expressed their willingness to help those races if needed. The races were shaken. The people from the Yang realm had come. The so-called rise of the Earth was like a flower in the mirror and the moon reflected in the water. It was going to be destroyed. The so-called prosperity was closely accompanied by decline and bloodshed. At this moment, the news from some galaxies was horrifying. The 9 Brilliance race had been annihilated and their breathing technique had been taken away. The orthodoxies' blood flowed like a river as they were all killed. Following that, more news came. The undead silkworm race was disbanded and their descendants fled into the starry skies. At the same time, they offered the undead breathing technique to the people of the Yang realm. However, they still incurred a very tragic pursuit. The undead breathing technique was once a top-notch breathing technique in the Yang realm. Its inheritance has been severed in the Yang realm, so naturally, it can't be widely circulated in the Yin realm. Even if it's incomplete, you don't have the qualifications to grasp it. This was the incomparably tyrannical reason given by the people of the Yang realm. The race was overtaken by a large golden dog and a black old turtle, and their direct descendants were slaughtered. On that day, the undead silkworm prince went crazy. The princess of the race, one of the top 10 beauties in the starry skies, was also heartbroken and swore to take revenge. The two of them were lucky enough to survive, but their situation was worrying. Very soon, the people of the Yang realm from different celestial venerables all sent their troops to the earth to bring back the robbery induction breathing technique. In the universe, people from all over sighed. As expected, the earth's lineage was finished. The robbery induction breathing technique is very similar to the legendary technique. If it's really that, then it'll be enough to alarm the Yang realm. This is a super big event. I hope it can give us a pleasant surprise. Several groups of people from the mortal realm had met with each other for a brief moment. It's unexpected. I hope it's really that kind of technique. According to the description, it's very likely to be the case. If we bring it back to the celestial venerables, they'll naturally verify its authenticity. However, it's reported that this technique is in the hands of Chu Feng. He might not be on Earth at the moment, so it's useless to send people there. Very soon, the forces from the Yang realm issued orders to those who set off to investigate Chu Feng's exact location. They didn't want to waste their efforts. At the same time, news spread that the gods of the Yang realm really wanted to view the robbery induction breathing technique. Whoever could bring it back would be rewarded handsomely. They paid more attention to this technique than anything else. Swoosh, 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 one after another, streams of light flickered in the sea of stars, crisscrossing everywhere. Many saints were dispatched to search for Chu Feng's whereabouts. At this moment, Chu Feng had indeed left Earth a long time ago. Moreover, he brought Yao Yao's grandfather with him. He felt that something big might happen if he left him here. He rushed into the depths of the sea of stars with that ancient coffin, wanting to place him in a secret place. For a moment, the universe's sea of stars was in chaos. Everyone was looking for Chu Feng. Come out, Chu Feng. Otherwise, everyone related to you will be eliminated. Not a single one will be left. Don't regret it. The ancient saint from the Shilin clan threatened him. In the end, apart from the troops sent from the Yang realm, there were also some people from the Yin realm. The big black yak, Ouyang Feng, Yellow Ox, and the others were both shocked and furious. Sometimes, human nature was truly ugly. Some major powers, in order to climb up the Yang realm's high branches, took the initiative to join the hunting party to surround and annihilate Chu Feng. One had to know that not long ago, they were still very respectful. They sent important diplomatic missions to Earth's Mount Kunlun as if they were on a pilgrimage. In the end, their attitudes changed in the blink of an eye. Black Yak, Yellow Cattle, and the others were very worried about Chu Feng. They sat on Lady Shi's flying saucer and roamed around some galaxies. They wanted to gather information and share the burden. I say, everyone, it's fine if it's those Tao friends who are controlled by the Yang realm, but why are you getting involved with unrelated people? Why do you have to chase after Chu Feng? Are you trying to curry favor? Be careful that you die miserably. Ouyang Feng was indignant and shouted in the starry sky. If you understand Chu Feng, you should know that he has turned all kinds of dead ends into life and turned the impossible into the possible. Those who are trying to curry favor so early, be careful that they will be punished and die miserably. The Manchurian Tiger, Mastiff King, and the other Kunlun demons were very angry and said indignantly. They were indeed angry. Those who came to Earth's Kunlun on a pilgrimage not long ago had changed their attitudes in the blink of an eye. This kind of attitude was very annoying. At the same time, Black Yak, Yellow Cattle, and the others secretly contacted the demon race and the quasi-mortal race. They asked them to inform the saints who had returned from the chaotic universe to be lenient when they were chasing after Chu Feng. However, the quasi-mortal race's response made Yellow Cattle and the others' expressions turn ugly. The three ancient saints of the quasi-mortal race who had stayed in this universe earlier rejected them coldly and drew a clear line between them and Earth. F***CK. Ouyang foam exploded. Black Yak tried his best to speak in a gentle tone and said, "Although Earth's current situation is worrisome, we didn't ask for your help. We only asked you to let go in private. Do you have to be like this? Moreover, didn't the quasi-immortal race intend to form a marriage alliance with Earth?" However, he was reprimanded and rejected once again. For a moment, a storm came. Everyone couldn't see Earth's way out. They couldn't see that Chu Feng had any hope of survival, that he would be eliminated sooner or later. At this moment, more than 10 races in the Yin realm cosmos were eliminated. They were all especially ancient races, and the breathing techniques they grasped were taken away by people from the Yang realm. This mass grave isn't completely useless. When the celestial venerables from ancient times were buried here, they also left behind some terrifying breathing techniques. This could be considered picking up lost pearls in a cemetery. The harvest isn't small. Chapter 924. These ancient techniques aren't something that lowly Yin spirits in the mass grave can grasp and come into contact with. They don't have the qualifications, so they should be wiped out. Next to him, a man sitting on a saint-level white jade elephant said lightly. He spoke these bloody words lightly, as if he didn't care about the life and death of the creatures in the netherworld. At this moment, the people from the Yang realm gathered together for a short while. They were all representatives of their respective factions, and they were discussing the important matter of the robbery induction breathing technique. That was because they knew that if the news was true, this ancient breathing technique would shock even the heavenly venerables. They had to get their hands on it. Not long ago, they all acted on their own and didn't come into contact with each other to avoid conflict. But now it was different. Even if one side obtained it, the others wouldn't let it go. Unless one side was strong enough, they could kill all the people from the other sides. Unfortunately, no one was able to do that. That was why they gathered to discuss matters. We must keep a secret. Otherwise, even the most ancient powerhouses will take action if the news gets back to the Yang realm. It will cause great trouble for the heavenly venerables behind us. This was the fundamental purpose of their discussion. If one side didn't share it with the others, and the news got back to the Yang realm, blood would flow like a river, and they wouldn't be able to keep the robbery induction breathing technique. The glistening yellow gourd, the huge black wooden staff, the lapis lazuli battleship, and the white shell carried the people from the four sides. All of them worshipped the heavenly venerables' decree. After the discussion, they swore to the heavenly venerables' decree and formed an alliance to confirm that the robbery induction breathing technique would be shared by the four heavenly venerables: Taiwu, Hyunyi, Chaos, and Yuanshi. These were the four heavenly venerables behind the four sides. Their achievements shook the Yang realm. The disciples of the four great sects were spread all over the Yang realm. Among the disciples and disciples of the heavenly venerables, there were countless divine kings. They looked down on the world and were world-shaking. Some temples worshipped the golden statues of the heavenly venerables. The might of the various races was unimaginable. Creatures of this level were too terrifying. For example, during the ancient God-sealing war in the Yang realm, two heavenly venerables fought because of different doctrines. That was simply a disaster that swept through the vast mountains and rivers. The gods trembled and millions of races palpitated. After that battle, one side of the celestial venerables left in defeat and left the world of the living. Their disciples and followers were either killed or captured. The other side of the celestial venerables was even more glorious. They recruited talented disciples from all over the world, and their temples were flourishing. Thus, under normal circumstances, even if there was a conflict of doctrines, the Empyreans would restrain themselves as much as possible. Until the very last moment, there wouldn't be a great confrontation between the two sections. These people in front of them originally didn't have the qualifications to know about the robbery induction, an ultimate breathing technique that had been lost for countless years and that even the Yang realm heavenly venerables were coveting. But this time, they had come to the underworld to search for some of the lost artifacts in the Yang realm, including this technique. Thus, they had been informed in detail by the elders in their sect. After the negotiations, they were prepared to force Chu Feng out so that they could obtain the legendary ultimate breathing technique from the Yang realm as soon as possible. Do you have any countermeasures? The three-eyed man from the Empyrean Supreme Martial lineage asked. Not only did he look at the junior disciples of the other Empyreans, but he also looked at the subordinates that had surrendered. The saints of the Shilin clan all stood up. One of them said, "Reporting to my lord, this matter isn't difficult. The people from the four great sects, Taiwu, Wan Yu, Hun Yi, and Yuan Shi, actually already had plans, but they revealed faint smiles when they saw their subordinates standing up and wanting to suggest something. Perhaps the people of the underworld understood the evolvers of the underworld the best." The people from the four great sects nodded and allowed him to speak freely. "It's very simple. Just destroy the races that have good relations with Earth one by one. Moreover, my lords should also descend upon Earth and kill people there. Drag out those related to Chu Feng and behead them one by one. According to his temperament, he definitely won't be able to sit still and will come knocking on his door to deliver himself to death. In the end, this is the suppression of absolute strength. My lords descend upon the underworld universe. No matter how you fiddle with him, he'll just be an ant. You can torment him as you wish." The saints of the Shilin clan all wore smiles. Only one person spoke, but this expressed the attitude of the entire clan. There were many silhouettes here, all of them subdued by the disciples of the Yang realm's four great sections. Some old saints sighed inwardly after hearing this. The Shilin clan was indeed a vicious dog that bit people. "Very well, we'll do as you say. We'll first choose a few races that have good relations with Earth." The man with the vertical eye between his brows, under the Taiwu deity, nodded indifferently. "Yes, I suggest we slaughter the people of Feiyu planet first. In ancient times, they had good relations with the evolvers of Earth. Now, they're also very close to Mount Kunlun." The saint of the Shilin clan was all smiles. The others were secretly apprehensive after hearing this. The Shilin clan was indeed a poisonous snake. The ancient Feiyu planet indeed had good relations with Earth. They had once condemned the Shilin clan, denouncing them as innately rebellious and vicious. In the end, the Feiyu planet was almost destroyed. Fortunately, they had good relations with the Dao race and were saved. In this life, the Feiyu planet was indeed close to Earth, but they were far from restoring the close relations of ancient times. The Shilin clan was truly sinister and remembered old enmities. "Daitengu, you go. Slaughter a city first and bring back a few important people from Feiyu planet after the blood has flowed like a river." The three-eyed man Yuan, Chen said calmly. He didn't care about such bloody orders at all, and didn't even blink. "Very well." The golden Daitengu led a saint of the Shilin clan lead the way and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Its strength was tyrannical and was enough to move unhindered in this universe. "Sire, this goes against the harmony of heaven." An old saint from the Yin realm braced himself and tried to dissuade him. "Ha, going against the harmony of heaven? I'm a 6,953rd generation disciple of the Taiwu deity's lineage. Our founder, the Taiwu deity, hates Yin's spirits the most. The whole world knows that before he rose to power, his Tao companion was killed by a Yin spirit. As such, the more Yin spirits I kill, the less the Taiwu deity will punish me. He'll only be happy." The man with the vertical eye between his brows, Yuan Shun, was rather cold and indifferent. Many people present were furious. The disciples of the Taiwu deity's lineage didn't treat them as normal creatures. They saw the entire Yin realm as a cemetery and treated them as lowly ghosts. This was too arrogant and prejudiced, but no one dared to say anything. At this time, the saint from the Shilin clan smiled once again. He first complimented Yuan Chen's decisiveness in killing, and then suggested, "The races of the 100 Rivers Star also have a good relationship with Earth." They were all saints from the Yin realm, but everyone present felt disgusted at his smile. This was a cold-blooded executioner. Very well, we'll go on a killing spree in a while. We'll bring a few important people and tie them up to earth to be beheaded, said the man with the vertical eye between his brows, Yuan Chun. Reporting to Sire, Qian Star also has a close relationship with Earth. An old saint from the corpse race who was all skin and bone spoke with a sinister smile. You'd better not smile, you old ghost. It looks disgusting. Yuan Chun shot him a cold glance, but still nodded in approval of his suggestion. Yes. The old monster from the corpse race bowed like a servant. Sire, the Nomley Star also has a close relationship with Earth. We should kill them. A saint from the deity race also came forward and suggested. Approve. Yuan Chun nodded delightedly. Just like that, a storm of blood suddenly broke out. It exceeded everyone's expectations. All parties were unprepared and didn't give them any time to react. The Feiyu planet, the Hundred Rivers planet, the Qiyun planet, and the Nomley planet. These four planets that had once had a close relationship with Earth in ancient times had suffered a calamity. Several giant cities of each planet had been massacred by a golden day Tengu. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses littered the ground. There was no news in advance. There was no way to escape or rescue them. Everyone was dumbfounded. Although these races were strong, they were far from the ancient orthodoxies. Their breathing techniques couldn't be considered precious. However, they all had some background and were related to the Ten Greats. Although they were close to Earth in the past, they were all protected. Why did they encounter such a disaster today? Yuan Shan said, let's go outside Earth and chop off their heads. At the same time, call out to Chu Feng and ask him to come see us. The disciples of Luan Yu, Hun Yi, and Yuan Shi all nodded. They didn't speak, but they approved of this operation. Then, a group of people rushed to Earth in a grandiose manner. The disciples of the four great sects brought their troops, and a considerable portion of them were saints from the Yin realm who had long since been subdued. The entire starry sky trembled. This was a huge storm. The disciples of the four great sects were moving together. The ostentation was simply too great. Even their battle pets, such as the Golden Day Tengu, the Black Lao Ho, and the pure white jade elephant, had saints pulling their carriages. They served the holy beasts as servants. A typical case of human life being cheaper than a dog's. The saint escorted them and followed behind them. The army rushed outside Earth and personally arrived at this area. I smell the aura of the Day Tengu. It's been here before. The Golden Day Tengu was sitting on a palanquin carried by four saints respectfully. At this moment, it revealed an odd expression, but it didn't sense anything else. The Day Tengu moved alone and didn't report its whereabouts to them. At this time, a disciple of celestial venerable Luan Yu spoke. It was a woman with a gentle smile. She used the Yin Realm's platform to release information. Chu Feng, come. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Then, the scene changed. She pointed the camera at some of the captured people. They were all famous characters from Flying Feather Planet, Hundred Rivers Planet, Qian Planet, and Nanli Planet. Some were even clan leaders. Each of the four races had brought 2 or 3 people. Chu Feng, come and see. Yuan Shin spoke and ordered people to brandish the butcher's knife. Puffed. Heads immediately flew up and blood dyed the starry sky. At this time, the old clan leader of Flying Feather Planet sighed and said, can you let me say a few words before I die? Yes. Yuan Shun, a disciple of Celestial Venerable Extreme Marshal, nodded. Not everyone in this world is afraid of you. Even if you're not a match for us, you still have unyielding character. At the very least, this old man didn't frown at all. Although there are dishonest and filthy people in this world, such as the Shilin clan and the corpse race, there are more people in this universe who have integrity. I believe that good and evil will always come to an end. Sooner or later, you will pay the due price of karma. This old man wasn't afraid of death at all. He looked at Yuan Shun and said, I heard that your great evolutionary sect loathes Yin spirits and believes that the people of the Yin realm are all ghosts. I'll say a few more words here. F***CK your grandpa, Celestial Venerable Extreme Marshal. Someone will kill you sooner or later. Your entire sect is the one with Yin spirits. Sooner or later, you'll all turn into Een spirits. Doubtlessly, this old man was only venting his anger. He felt that dying like this was too sullen. As such, he found an opportunity to curse in front of the starry sky and was broadcasted live. Yes, what great marshal? Won you? Hyuni Yuan sure? Screw you. This old man will go first. Later on, a good man from the Een realm will take the head of a celestial. The 4 celestial venerables are nothing. The remaining old men were also cursing loudly at this time. They came from Qian Planet, 100 Rivers Planet, and Nanli Planet. Behead them, Yuan Shan said expressionlessly. Kill them all. The disciples of the other 3 sects berated coldly. Puffed. In this part of the starry sky, a few heads flew up. Their hair and beards were all white. The elders had all been beheaded. Chu Feng come. This is only the first step. There's more to come. Celestial Venerable Yuan Yu's female disciple shouted again with a smile. All of you deserve to die. Chu Feng growled in the depths of the cosmos. He was originally studying the stone box and had unexpectedly discovered a way to use it. Everything that had happened before his eyes was too sudden. The other party hadn't threatened him at all and only shouted after killing them. He was caught unprepared and his eyebrows stood erect. Chu Feng's murderous aura overflowed to the heavens. He grasped the azure calabash in his hand and wished he could immediately appear at the scene and kill all the people of the Yang realm and their troops. Chapter 925. The cold wind blew past, and the steep slope was covered in withered yellow leaves. Chu Feng stood on the hill and roared loudly. He wanted nothing more than to kill his way to Earth. This was a very remote corner of the universe. He had hidden Yao Yao's grandfather there and buried that coffin. The people from the Yang realm had come, and he was worried that discovering Yao Yao's grandfather would provoke the terrifying existence that had planted the mother gold in his body back then. Now, he was incomparably resentful, and his blood rushed to the top of his head like a scarlet dragon. It hovered in the air and roared. He had never thought that there would be so many injustices on the path of evolution. His previous way of thinking and the perspective he used to consider things from back then were no longer applicable. How was this just the law of the jungle? There were too many unjust, and cruel things on the path of evolution. Compared to the society before the revival of spirit Qi, it was too straightforward. A single word of disagreement would result in a bloody scene. Just like now, someone was stepping on your face, wanting to burn your soul, and trampling on everything you approved of. They were domineering and full of evil intentions. Chu Feng clenched his fists, and veins appeared on his forehead. Because of Earth, some unrelated races had been dragged into this and met a miserable end. This made his anger surge. The Feiyu planet, the 100 Rivers planet, the Qian planet, and the Nanli planet had a very good relationship with Earth in ancient times. However, they had only interacted with each other in this life and couldn't be considered close. Yet, they were being targeted like this? This was too lamentable and made him furious. He felt that he was too naive and too pure. He even considered the various grudges and entanglements in the evolutionary world with a modern mindset. What kind of demon was he? The so-called Demon King Chu was actually merciful and soft-hearted. He was too lenient toward his enemies. If he had to choose again, he was sure that no matter what would happen after his death, or whether he would be judged by the so-called Dark Azura Hall, he would definitely wipe out Selene, the heavenly gods, and the corpse race. What was the point of keeping them? A corner of the stone box was slightly sparkling in front of him. This time's trip to Purgatory had allowed him to discover some special uses of this item. He could actually use it to store objects while circulating the robbery induction breathing technique. However, this made it rather strenuous for the stone box could only store a limited amount of materials. It was at most a square meter. Moreover, he could only use the robbery induction breathing technique to activate it. Other breathing techniques were useless, and the stone box showed no reaction. Could it be that some special power in the light city of death caused the stone box to awaken? Whoosh! Chu Feng left and used the super wormhole to rush to outer space. He didn't delay at all. The blood in his body was rumbling, and he felt like his body was about to explode. The people of the Yang realm had really gone too far in bullying others. That kind of contempt, that kind of arrogance, they didn't put the people of this universe in their eyes at all. They slaughtered as they pleased and massacred cities as they pleased. They didn't care about the withering of life at all. Chufeng, are you here? The show has just begun. Empyrean Chaotic Universe's junior female disciple had a sweet smile on her face. She wore a light yellow dress as she stood in the starry skies, looking quite content. She lazily stretched her slender waist and used her snow-white hand to cover her sexy red lips as she opened her mouth and yawned. She gently waved her hand, and two old monks were brought forward. They were pressed there, and one of them raised a shiny long sword high up in the air. Stop! Chufeng had arrived. He rushed out of the wormhole and stood in outer space. He recognized the two old monks at a glance. They were Earth's Bodhi biogenetics evolvers, Qianjia and Qianyi. Oh, you're too late. You've come too late. Empyrean Chaotic Universe's junior female disciple smiled sweetly and waved her white hand lightly. After the people in the distance received this order, they raised their swords and chopped off the two old monks' heads. Chufeng's blood was boiling with anger. This was really going too far. If it wasn't for the fact that there might be other evolvers from Earth on the other side, he would have thrown out the azure calabash long ago. Your expression is both shocked and angry. Are you very unconvinced? Empyrean Chaotic Universe's junior disciple, Qixia, wore a faint smile as she combed her beautiful hair. Her bright red lips were sparkling and translucent as she said indifferently, I really don't like your attitude. There should be many old friends on Earth that you're familiar with. I think it's necessary to drag them over one by one and chop off their heads in front of everyone. She played it down, but made the hearts of the nearby subdued saints palpitate. Many of them trembled and remained silent, not saying anything. The people from the Shilin clan, deity race, and corpse race revealed smiles as they stared at Chufeng with interest. Don't think that I'm just saying it casually. I'm very serious. These two old monks from Mount Putuo were kidnapped by your Ingzhou people in advance because they're the closest to the sea. I think they'll be very responsible and will probably enter the continent to kidnap others. Empyrean Chaotic Universe's junior female disciple, Qixia, smiled brightly and seemed to be in high spirits. As for the juniors of Taiwu, Hunyi, and Yuanshu, they all wore faint smiles. Although they didn't express anything special, it was obvious that they approved of her actions. Chufeng was furious. Ingzhou, this slave island, was indeed an ingrate in the end. They were going to fight it out with the Shilin clan and bite back once again. This time, the people from Penglai and Fangzhong Islands played their part and didn't make any moves. This surprised the people from Ingzhou. They then sneered and ignored him. You're a disgusting and vicious slut. Chufeng gnashed his teeth. He really couldn't bear it anymore and really wanted to skin her alive. At the same time, he found some people from Ingzhou in the crowd. He scared them so much that they couldn't help but retreat. Some even fell down, trembling with fear because they were intimidated by his imposing manner. Chufeng stared at the people from the Shilin clan, corpse race, and Ingzhou. He felt that he was too soft-hearted in the past. If he could survive this battle, he wouldn't mind transforming into a true demon and carrying out a thorough purge. I'm very unhappy to hear you say this. You actually maliciously humiliate such an enchanting and beautiful woman like me. You could be considered a pretty little Een spirit. You're really disobedient. You deserve to have your entire clan executed. Qixia smiled, licked her red lips, and made a throat-slitting gesture at Chufeng. You're a group of vicious Yang realm trash who pretend to be profound and superior. Your hypocrisy makes me nauseous. Chufeng stared at the other side to see if there were any living evolvers from Earth. He said again, I admit that you're very strong, but do you feel any sense of accomplishment by massacring cities and massacring wantonly? It can't display your strength. It only makes people feel disgusted and domineering. I think you're mistaken about one thing. Yuan Shun, the 6,953rd generation disciple of the great valiant deity, said coldly, We don't feel any sense of accomplishment by killing you because, in our eyes, you're no different from chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs. He said coldly without any emotional fluctuations. One could see from his eyes that he didn't treat the evolvers of the Een realm as beings of the same level. You've seen through it, but you don't say it. It's meaningless to point it out like this. Chi Xia, the disciple of the great valiant deity, looked at Yuan Shun and said with a smile, still rather casual. Then, she looked at Chu Feng again and said, I've made an exception today. I actually said so much to you. It's mainly because I'm too bored in this mass grave. After seeing you, I just adjusted my mood a little. It's like teasing a wild cat or dog. Chu Feng really wanted to hack her to death. In the eyes of the people of the Yang realm, the Een realm wasn't on the same level as them. All kinds of life forms were like wild beasts that could be slaughtered at will without any psychological burden. In fact, in the eyes of the disciples of the great valiant deity, killing Een spirits was a virtuous deed. The founder of this sect hated Een spirits the most. The disciple of the great valiant deity said, rather coldly, actually, you Een spirits are pretty good research materials. You're very useful to the Yang realm. We can use you to understand the laws and order of this incomplete and deformed universe. Chu Feng saw a divine chain formed from soul light behind them. There were some figures chained there. There were Qian Yi and Qian Jia, as well as the old patriarch of the flying feather race and the others who had cursed the great valiant deity. Their soul light was still there, and their corpses were even further away. It was just that their corpses had been severed. They were still alive and could be saved. Chu Feng didn't pay attention to the sarcastic words of the disciples of the four great sects of the Yang realm. This was because he knew that they didn't see them as their own kind in the eyes of these people. There was nothing to be said about this kind of arrogant and self-confident race. One day, he would beat these great sects until they knelt on the ground and sang that they had conquered them. Now, he was staring at the old patriarch of the flying feather planet, Qian Jia, and the others. He wanted to save them. He felt that he had to be quick. Otherwise, those wolf cubs and slaves on Earth's sanctuary continent would most likely send over evolvers they were familiar with from Earth. Take a look at this. What is this? Chu Feng took out the green-skinned calabash. In a split second, the arrogant and cold disciples of the heavenly venerables and the successors of the four great sects couldn't remain calm. They widened their eyes in shock. They knew about the connate spiritual objects in the chaotic sea. They were peerless treasures even in the Yang realm and were extremely rare. In a split second, greed flashed in the depths of their eyes. They coveted it in their hearts and wanted to grab it in one go. Connate calabash? How interesting. It appeared in the hands of a puny Een spirit. How are we going to split it? Chi Xiao broke the silence and was the first to laugh. Let them go. Chu Feng pointed at the soul light of the old patriarch of the flying feather race and the others. At the same time, a wormhole appeared beside him. He held the green-skinned calabash in his hand and said, otherwise, I'll throw it directly into the wormhole that connects to the abyss. No one can even think about getting it. These people were fairly straightforward. They let go of the weakened soul light of the old patriarch of the flying feather race and the others and returned to their decapitated corpses. Their faces were pale as they rapidly retreated behind Chu Feng. Yuan Shun, Chi Xia, and the others didn't stop them. Smiles still hung on their faces. In their eyes, Chu Feng was a piece of meat on a chopping board and couldn't do anything. At the same time, they didn't treat him as an equal creature at all. Sir, be a little more cautious. Earth is very strange. There are 3 heaven illuminators. A saint of the Shilin race reminded. What heaven illuminators? They're just at the illuminator realm. In our Yang realm, even the heavenly venerables don't dare say that their temples can manifest in all parts of the heavens. It's not even as big as a corner of the Yang realm. It's just a mass grave. Yet the Een spirits here dare to boast shamelessly that they're heaven illuminators. Ridiculous. Don't worry. I actually hope that a heaven illuminator will jump out and kill them all. They're all mongrels. Yuan Shun said disdainfully. He looked down at Earth and said, Unfortunately, we've already investigated this planet. There are currently no Heaven Illuminator spirits on this planet. They should have all fled. The saints nearby trembled with fear through their words. They had a further understanding of how terrifying the Yang realm was. In the end, it's all because this mass grave is too weak. The laws are incomplete, and order can collapse at any time. In our Yang realm, only people at the Golden Arhut realm can fly in the sky and burrow into the earth. It's too easy to soar in the sky here, said the Golden Day Tengu. It raised a large claw and pointed at Mars, then at Earth below. I can smash the planet here with one slap. It's too easy. According to what they said, the Day Tengu was only at the Saint realm. However, in the Yang realm, it was called the Saint realm. Evolvers at this level didn't have a very high status. As for the Yang realm's planets, it was impossible for a Saint realm evolver to smash them. If they dared to try, they would be obliterated by the planet's will. At this moment, Chu Feng had already protected the flying feather planet's old chief and the others. He weighed the green calabash and said, "Who should I give it to? Give it to me. This object is fated with our sect." Yuan Shen was the first to shout, Hey, give it to me. I'll take you in as my personal servant in the future and treat you better." Qi Xia smiled sweetly. "Give it to me. This object is fated with the Yuanshi lineage." Another person said coldly and extended his hand. At this moment, a saint from the Shilin clan cautiously said, "Sir, be careful of tricks. In the face of absolute power, it's futile for any insect to stir up trouble. Do you believe an elephant will be tripped by an ant? Look carefully, what is this?" Yuan Shun smiled disdainfully and pointed at the yellow decree on the flying device. Everyone trembled. The flying devices of the four sects were pasted with the celestial venerables' decrees. It was enough to intimidate the Een realm. Not to mention a small insect, even a spectre-level Een spirit will die a miserable death. We'll kill one if one comes, kill 5 if 10. The entire Een realm can only tremble under our feet. At this moment, even Chu Feng was shaken. The celestial venerables' decrees had been brought over. This was beyond his expectations. His body went cold and he felt powerless. What could he use to fight against the four celestial venerables' decrees? He didn't understand before, but now he understood. The celestial venerables were too powerful. Their decrees naturally possessed world-shaking power. However, the killing intent in the depths of Chu Feng's eyes didn't diminish. He recalled the words of the yellow fox from the other side. Regarding the gray substance, even the celestial venerables feared it. The celestial venerables might be able to dispel it, but their decrees alone weren't enough. Now, Chu Feng had waited for the best opportunity. He couldn't let it go to waste. It was time to kill. Boom! Without any hesitation, he pulled out the gourd and slapped the bottom of the gourd with all his might, bringing out all of the strange substances. Roar! Like prehistoric beasts that had been released, they roared one after another and emitted a torrential killing intent, as well as a bone-piercing gloomy aura. All of them laughed malevolently as they pounced at the people in front of them. Useless chickens and pottery dogs. How dare you act impudently in front of the celestial venerables' decrees? Yuan Shun was extremely indifferent and didn't take it to heart in the slightest. From his point of view, the celestial venerables were high up above. A single hair from them could cut apart the so-called experts here, let alone the decrees. The others were also laughing and didn't care at all. As expected, the decrees of the four celestial venerables shone and emitted terrifying divine radiance. The symbols were densely packed and extremely shocking. However, a portion of the strange gray substance still broke through, shocking those people. At the same time, countless divine chains of order appeared in the first forbidden area in the depths of the cosmos. They immediately became resplendent and densely interweaved. Rumble! In outer space, the four decrees shone at the same time and flew up with a chi-chi sound. They were guided by the laws of this cosmos and tore through the sea of stars as they charged into the abyss. Puffed! They burned and fell into the depths of the abyss. That place gradually became dark again. There were a few void leopards near the abyss. They were all peak saint-level existences from the Yang realm. Yang energy surged as they monitored everything. After seeing this scene, their fur stood on end, and they quickly reported to the outside world. At the edge of the Een realm universe, there were a few people sitting on a large ship. Their expressions were grave after receiving the report. As expected, there's something in the Een realm universe that even the celestial venerables are afraid of. It's in that abyss. This is just a decree that was casually imprinted with the celestial venerable's seal. It wasn't personally written by the celestial venerables, but it still caused a reaction from the abyss. It's a bit terrifying. It seems to be specifically targeting the celestial venerables. It's suspected to be a great universe-level evolved body. Yuan Shun, Qi Xia, and the others were obviously chess pieces that could be abandoned at any time. Letting them bring the decrees over was tantamount to carrying out a probe. Chapter 926. At the edge of the Een realm universe, the people on the ship were no longer drinking tea. Their expressions were solemn. After receiving the feedback, they were convinced that there was a terrifying problem in the abyss. According to the radiation value, its life cycle is at the end of its decline and it's about to die. It's another terrifying existence that has fallen on the path of ultimate evolution. These words were shocking no matter where they were. That was because they were talking about an ancient and incomparably terrifying existence that ordinary people couldn't come into contact with. In truth, although these people were true disciples with high status in their respective orthodoxies, they were far from being able to come into contact with things of this level. Just like Yuan Shun, Qi Xia, and the others, these people had been exhorted by the famous elders of their sects before entering the Een realm. They were instilled with all kinds of terrifying secrets and experiences in order to probe the strangeness of the Een realm universe. That was because in the past, celestial venerables had disappeared inexplicably when they came here. It's hard to imagine that such an ancient existence actually dared to walk the path of ultimate evolution in this broken universe. Unfortunately, it still fell in the end. I just don't know what it became in the end. There was a theory in the Yang realm. When one's current path wasn't enough, no one knew what would happen when one advanced toward the ultimate evolution. Of course, according to the records published in the 5-32978th year of the Yang realm celestial emperor's calendar, the great universe-level evolution still had some way to go. It was just that not many people could come into contact with those paths. Celestial venerable level energy must not dissipate in this Een realm void. Otherwise, it will be forcefully absorbed by the existence in the abyss. Even if it's in the final stages of decline, it's still extremely terrifying. The more powerful the entity, the faster it will die. The people on the ship discussed cautiously with solemn expressions. They didn't dare act blindly without thinking. The universe was already in an uproar. People had already learned through the live broadcast that the 4 celestial venerable decrees had flown away uncontrollably and were being drawn away by a mysterious force. The Black Blood platform and the Origin Beast platform had previously captured the scene of Chu Feng's battle with the Saints. They had set up some heavenly eyes near the abyss and hadn't withdrawn them yet. As such, the 2 platforms immediately discovered that the 4 decrees had fallen into the abyss and been swallowed up just like that. For a moment, everyone was shocked. The Een realm still had such terrifying power that could resist the energy of celestial venerable level existence. However, in terms of clamor and attention, Earth's outer space was a notch higher. Although the evolution level of the participants wasn't as high as that of a heavenly venerable, it was still more impactful. Those who hated were full of hatred, and those who were worried were deeply concerned about what was happening here. Countless evolvers from all over the universe cast their gazes here. It was truly the center of attention. Yuan Shun, Qi Xia, and the others felt their hair stand on end. What was going on? They couldn't understand why an Empyrean's decree would actually fly away. It gave them a huge headache. In their hearts, The Empyreans were the dome of the heavens, high up above, unsurpassable heavens. In the end, even the combined decree of the four Empyreans was taken away. It was too sudden, too terrifying. They were horrified. At this moment, if any of the three Earth Illuminators were to return, it would be enough to kill all of them. None of them would be able to escape. Their hair stood on end, and a chill ran down their spines. They would capsize in the underworld universe. The mass grave in their eyes was actually so terrifying. Their spines were ice cold, but they quickly came to their senses. It wasn't because they were scared, but because true danger was approaching. It was that gray fog that transformed into wild beasts and evil birds. Some were primordial fierce tigers, some were prehistoric nine-headed birds, and some were dark predators. Boom! They all brandished their weapons, including the troops they had subdued. They were all attacking, but it was useless. They were all tangled up in an instant. There were also some who were more slippery and fled at the first instance. They wanted to escape from this place when they saw that the situation wasn't right. Unfortunately, the creatures formed from the gray fog were even faster. They simply surpassed lightning and caught up to everyone with a whoosh. They roared and pounced over like wild beasts. "Hurry up and enter Earth," Chu Feng said in a low voice. He told the Flying Feather Planet's old chief, Qian Jia, and the others to leave quickly and not stay here. This place was already out of control. Even if Chu Feng had the innate gourd in his hands, he couldn't guarantee that he could block the terrifying beings formed from the dense gray fog. "All right, let's go." These people were all experienced and knew that they couldn't help. They didn't stand on ceremony with Chu Feng and swoop down towards Earth. "What is this thing?" Some saint-level evolvers shouted in alarm. Their hearts were trembling. After being tangled up, their flesh immediately shriveled up. Their bodies actually emitted a rancid smell in a split second as they weakened in the shortest time possible. Extreme martial deity's junior disciple Yuan Chen's handsome face was no longer apathetic. Instead, it was filled with terror. He felt that he was about to turn into a rotten corpse. The smell was unbearable. Oh no, Qi Xia, Heavenly Venerable Chaotic Universe's junior disciple, was even more panicked. Her jade-like face began to wither, and her skin was even more shriveled. The stench of a corpse pervaded the air, causing her to scream incessantly. "It's actually a strange substance. How could the ominous gray fog from the evil Lord of Six Paths plane appear here?" The people of the Yang realm were all terrified and shouting loudly. Chu Feng's heart stirred. The Foreign Realms primogenitor had grasped the Six Paths time technique back then and used it to avoid attracting strange substances in his later years. This person should be the evil Lord of Six Paths that the people of the Yang realm spoke of. However, the evil Lord of Six Paths had been killed by the Yang realm's powerhouses a long time ago. A group of saint-level evolvers were also crying out in unbearable pain. Regardless of whether they were ancient saints or those who had become saints since ancient times, they all looked the same. Their faces were withered and the smell of decay was thick. Someone flew toward Chu Feng with a malevolent expression. He wanted to drag him along with him. Among them, the saints of the Shilin clan, the ancient saints of the corpse race, and the experts of the deity race were the most unwilling. Their faces were full of resentment toward Chu Feng as they rushed over to kill him. They thought they were fast, but they were much slower than usual. More than 90% of their spirit had long since been absorbed by the beasts entangled around them. Chu Feng was unmoved. He stood in place with the azure calabash in one hand and the purple golden bamboo in the other. He didn't use the heavenly umbrella for fear of contaminating the weapon. As he saw it, having the azure calabash and the purple golden bamboo in hand was enough. Bang! The purple golden bamboo, transformed into a large stick, was swung by Chu Feng and smashed the first saint from the Shilin clan into pieces. Black, filthy blood splattered everywhere. Dao friends, he has harmed us. Let's attack together and kill him. Even if we die, we must drag him along with us. Otherwise, how can we be willing? Another saint from the Shilin clan shouted, calling on the other saints to attack together and kill Chu Feng. You will indeed be unwilling, because I will exterminate your entire Shilin clan. I will kill you all and leave no one alive. Chu Feng said coldly. Bang! The purple golden bamboo smashed down. Although the saint was resisting, his strength was less than a tenth of his original. He was so weak that even his realm had fallen. How could he be a match for Chu Feng? His skull was smashed on the spot, and he died a violent death. The remaining saints of a Shilin clan were shocked and furious. Were they going to be exterminated? Their hearts were filled with fear. They had originally thought that they had survived the calamity of the chaotic universe. Even if they lost their freedom and became someone else's slave, they would still be able to protect their own clan. Who would have thought that everything would be for naught in the blink of an eye? Even the people from the Yang realm had been defeated. How could they not be able to deal with this demon? Everyone says I'm a demon. Then I'll show you the real deal. I'll personally visit your clans. There's no need for the deity race, Shilin clan, and the corpse race to exist. Chu Feng's words were icy cold. The saints of the deity race and corpse race turned pale after hearing this. Their originally withered bodies had completely declined and were now in an unrecognizable state. Kill. Destroy Earth first. The group turned around, wanting to avoid Chu Feng and dive toward Earth. Kill. Chu Feng let out a light shout and patted the green calabash lightly. The cracks all over its body lit up and condensed an extremely terrifying lightning power. Then it gathered at the mouth of the calabash and flew out with a puff, turning into a terrifying light beam. Puff. The saints of the deity race, corpse race, and Shilin clan exploded one after another. There wasn't even blood, as they were all blasted into powder by the light beam, leaving behind only a large expanse of gray matter. Back in the foreign realm, the yellow-haired old fox had helped him refine this immature calabash to nurture the incomplete innate lightning laws. As expected, some strange beasts formed from matter laughed sinisterly and began to pounce toward Chu Feng. Collect! Shouted Chu Feng. The innate calabash grew in the sea of primal chaos and was once nourished by the lightning of primal chaos. It was too valiant and sucked in the strange matter. The surrounding saints were dumbfounded, as if they had fallen into an ice house. Then, some of them howled in pain, as they simply couldn't endure the corrosion of the strange matter. In front, the people of Yingzhou were trembling. They were the most terrified. They had betrayed Chu Feng once again, but in the end, they discovered that the demon Chu Feng was simply omnipotent. He could even overturn the people from the Yang realm. This almost scared them to death. In reality, these people couldn't hold on even before Chu Feng made his move. Under the most painful torment, they were turned into rotten corpses by the gray matter. Their soul light was completely dissolved, and they would never be able to reincarnate. Chu Feng, you can't do this. I'm from the quasi-saint race. Please save me. Nephew Chu Feng, I'm from the Heavenly Horse Star region. I have no enmity with you in the past. Some saints shouted. However, Chu Feng's heart was as cold as iron. He was unmoved and simply ignored them. Since this group of people had followed the people from the Yang realm to Earth and wanted to deal with him, they had to be prepared. Kill. Some of the saints were about to die in their final madness. They rushed toward Earth, wanting to cause trouble for Chu Feng and charge into the stars below. This was futile. They had all declined beyond recognition, and their strength had decreased sharply. Chu Feng caught up in an instant and swept the purple golden bamboo across, killing them one by one. At the same time, the green-skinned calabash in his hand displayed its might once again. It shot out beams of light, accompanied by a strange substance which swept down some of the saints and turned them into fine powder. Countless people from all over the universe were dumbstruck after witnessing this scene. In this kind of certain death situation, Chu Feng had once again survived unexpectedly and was still killing his opponents. On Earth, the people of Penglai and Fangzhong Island were secretly wiping away their cold sweat. They were rejoicing that they had sufficient willpower and hadn't jumped out. This move was too correct. The people of Immortal Abode Island were now ashen-faced. In the depths of the universe, the three ancient saints of the quasi-saint race were also scared. In outer space, Yuan Shun had clawed his skin until it was rotten. The pain was unbearable as black blood flowed out of his body. Chu Feng, you're going to be punished by the heavens. Heaven and earth won't tolerate it. How dare you use this kind of substance? The celestial venerables will kill you. He roared with boundless fear. Now, unless he rushed back to the Yang realm and asked the celestial venerables to quickly rescue him, there was no way out. Ah! He howled in grief as he rolled about in the void. Chu Feng walked over. A few saints in the vicinity were dying rapidly and turning into rotten corpses, but he remained unmoved and only charged at the people of the Yang realm. Bang! Chu Feng personally took action. He swung the violet golden bamboo and struck the lower half of Yuan Chen's body into nothingness. Black blood and black mist dissipated. Yuan Shan howled in pain and stretched out his hand to kill Chu Feng. However, he was weak and powerless. He had already reached this step, and his body and soul were about to be destroyed. How could he still have any strength? The people of the Yang realm are only SOSO. Chu Feng played it down and gave him another rod strike. He struck the area below his chest and abdomen until it disappeared. Chu Feng then ignored him and allowed him to gradually wither away amidst the torment. Give me a quick death. Yuan Shen roared from behind, but Chu Feng didn't pay him any more attention. Chu Feng arrived in front of Qi Xia and tapped her lightly with the violet golden bamboo. Her right knee disappeared and turned into a mass of black blood mist and gray substance. You're too ugly. Chu Feng looked down at her and turned to leave. Ah, who said I'm ugly? I'm Fairy Qi Xia. No, my feet, my legs, my face. Qi Xia screamed in pain. Her body seemed to have aged several thousand years. The people from the Yang realm were all struggling here. They were extremely mournful and had never thought there would be a moment like this. They had previously looked down on this mass grave and didn't think much of it. They thought they couldn't compare to the creatures of the Yang realm, but in the end, they were killed here. Ghosts wept and gods howled here. The group of people was extremely miserable as they died one after another. They couldn't resist at all and died in an unsightly manner. Their soul light was dissolved and their corpses were rotten. Chu Feng raised his head and didn't want to look at them. He held the azure calabash in his hand and began to collect the dead and the gray mist. At the same time, his eyes looked in the direction of Earth's immortal abode island and then into the depths of the universe. At the edge of the Yin Realm's universe, a large scarlet ship was floating. A fragrance filled the air on the tea table, and a colorful mist curled up. This was a type of divine tea that was produced on a few jade mountain peaks near the Yuanshu Tianzuan's place of seclusion. It could be considered the rarest and most precious specialty and belonged to the category of divine tea. However, the people on the ship weren't in the mood to drink the tea. Their minds were restless. Let's test divine level energy and see if it has any effect, someone said and took out a decree. It was personally written by a divine level expert from the Yang realm. At this moment, dazzling and profound patterns were reflected on it, and even the void was trembling. In the end, this decree was taken out with a boom and was sucked away into the abyss. The people frowned. No wonder there were no divine level evolvers in the incomplete Yin Realms universe. The reason was because even this level of energy could be swallowed. Chapter 927. Good and evil will always be repaid. Look up if you don't believe me. Who has Demon Chu spared? The soaring feather race's old chief sang as he flew into outer space. His shining white head swayed as he looked at the rotting corpses in the distance. At that moment, Heavenly Lord Extreme Marshal's disciple Yuan Shan was still alive and was weakly howling. After seeing him, his dim eyes widened angrily. He was filled with hatred. Those words were too mocking. How could he, a disciple of a great sect, endure it? You're still alive? The soaring feather race's old chief's hair was white. He looked at Yuan Shan and said, "Allow me to say a few more words. F*CKU Heavenly Lord Extreme Marshal. Do you see that? You unfilial descendants were even more arrogant than dogs when you were arrogant, but now you're like a dead dog. It's very similar to you, isn't it? This old man had a true temperament. Before he was beheaded, he had already cursed Heavenly Lord Extreme Marshal. Now he was running over and cursing at him. Woof! The day Tengu was still alive. Its golden fur had fallen off, and its body was completely shriveled up. There wasn't a single strand of fur on its body. There really is a bald dog that poked your Extreme Marshal Heavenly Clan's sore spot? A bunch of dogs, you deserve it. The soaring feather planet's old man cursed to his heart's content. Yuan Shun hadn't breathed his last yet. Even though his soul light was dissolving, his vitality was very tenacious, and he hoped for a miracle. But after hearing those words, his soul light rapidly dimmed, and his eyes turned deathly gray. He was about to die from anger. Woof! The day Tengu was also unreconciled. Its eyes were fierce, but there was no light in them. It only let out a final low hiss. Pooh! The man and dog vomited 2 mouthfuls of black blood and died. Their soul light disappeared, and they died from anger. I don't want to die. Give me back my beauty. I want my youth. Heavenly Lord, Chaotic Universe's disciple, Qi Xia, let out her weakest voice. She was trembling. She had lost a leg, and her hair had turned white. She was all skin and bones. Her face was filled with deep wrinkles, and her eyes were sunken in. She took out a bronze mirror with great difficulty. This time, neither Chu Feng nor the old man from the flying feather planet said anything. Qi Xia was the only one left here. The rest of the people from the Yang realm were all dead. Qi Xia used the last of her strength to let out a cry that was much louder than before. It was sharp and ear-piercing, and when she saw her own appearance, her face was filled with terror. In the end, she died in this state. Chu Feng reminded the old man to move back a bit. This place wasn't peaceful with a gray substance pervading the air. In reality, this old patriarch of the flying feather planet was just indignant and furious. In order to vent his anger, he quickly fled after a round of ridicule and charged toward Earth. When Chu Feng put all the corpses and the gray mist into the azure calabash, he heard a sinister sneer coming from the calabash. He seriously suspected that this gray substance was psychic and had been watching him for a long time. It didn't fiercely counterattack him now, as if it wanted to borrow his hand to travel everywhere. Spirit, Chu Feng had no time to think about these things. After collecting the spoils of war, he disappeared in a flash and appeared on Earth. Right now, it was as if magma had been dug out of the Earth's core. Heat waves surged into the sky, and the various races were seething with noise. Many races could only sigh. This young evolver was indeed fearsome. He had created miracles time and time again. Even his enemies had tacitly agreed that he had achieved great power. If no one from a Yang realm came to eliminate him, no one would be able to subdue him. Many races could only sigh. This young evolver was too arrogant and didn't treat the evolvers from the Een realm as humans. They viewed them as Een spirits, pigs, and dogs. At the same time, there were also people who cried out in delight. Those people from a Yang realm were arrogant and didn't treat the evolvers of the underworld cosmos as humans. They viewed them as Een spirits and compared them to pigs and dogs. That kind of attitude really made people feel even more resentful and humiliated. Well done. Chu Feng, this old man supports you. Kill to your heart's content. If those bastards from a Yang realm come again, this old man will help you even if I'm no match for them. I'll kill them until they scram back to the Yang realm. Good job, Chu Feng. I support you. Kill to your heart's content. If the Yang realm grandsons come again, I'll help you even if I can't defeat them. I'll kill them and send them back to the Yang realm. Countless people were discussing fervently in the starry sky. Recently, more than a dozen ancient races had been annihilated and their breathing techniques stolen. The atmosphere was extremely stifling, but now it was obviously much more relaxed. Someone was joking with Chu Feng across the starry sky. However, in a certain place on Earth, the atmosphere was almost suffocating. The waves of the East Sea hit the sky. Chu Feng flew over and charged toward Immortal Abode Island alone. Qianjia, the old chief of the Flying Feather Planet, and the others shouted from behind, wanting to help. But how could they be faster than Chu Feng? They were left behind. Yingzhou, the entire island wasn't small. It used to be in a folded space, but now it had merged with Earth's main space and manifested in the world. The island had green mountains and clear waters, and the scenery was beautiful. There were even boundless snowy mountains that towered into the clouds, and vast glaciers that were bone-chilling. Chu Feng had arrived, sweeping through everything in his path like a hot knife through butter. He directly penetrated the hinterland of Immortal Abode Island and descended on the central mountain range. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the majestic mountain was boundless and filled with spiritual energy. The group of people kept kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. The Immortal Abode Island's upper echelon was terrified. How could they have expected that Chu Feng would win in the end? With a sweep of Chu Feng's rod, hundreds of experts turned into a bloody mist. Nothing was left of them. Their bodies and souls were annihilated under a light strike from the purple golden bamboo. Chu Feng, are you going to exterminate us all? The belly of the mountain split open, and a few old men rushed out with a large group of people. They were filled with fear and unwillingness. You have the ambition of wolves. The leaders of Earth in ancient times treated your ancestors like brothers. They bestowed upon you generously and allowed you to cultivate all kinds of secret techniques at will. In the end, this is how you treat their descendants. Do you want to turn around and kill them? Chu Feng's rod swept over, and someone on the other side roared. It was actually a quasi-saint. This was the highest level of combat power and had survived since ancient times, even though the old ones were about to die. The winner is king, and the loser is in the wrong. We just want to live a bit better. Since you're going to die anyway, what's wrong with drawing close to the Shilin clan and the people of the Yang world? It's just that the timing wasn't good enough. Who knew that a damned human like you would be so tenacious? Why don't you just die? It's really our misfortune. That old fellow's face twitched. He blasted out a saint weapon and charged toward Chu Feng. He attacked even though he knew he was no match for Chu Feng because it was impossible for him to live. You're too ambitious. You won't repent, even in death. Chu Feng was too lazy to say more. He slapped over and sent the old fellow flying. His face deformed in midair, and a mouthful of teeth flew out along with blood. Then, his body broke apart inch by inch and exploded in midair with a boom. The quasi-saint's blood splattered everywhere. Chu Feng used the purple bamboo to send 6 large mountains flying and ferreted out the core members of Yingzhou Island hiding inside. He killed them all without any hesitation. At this time, Fei Yu, Bai Chuan, Qiyun, and the old chiefs of Nanli Star, as well as Qianjia and Qianyi had arrived. There were 4 quasi-saints, so suppressing Yingzhou Island was very easy. Chu Feng didn't continue and handed it over to them. He couldn't do anything to the children here, so he told them to go ahead and search their souls. If there were innocent people, they could let them go, but if they had evil thoughts and wanted to take revenge, they would be killed without mercy, regardless of whether they were children, old, or weak. Then he left and entered outer space. He contacted the Wormhole Express Company and wanted to fight across half the universe in one day to destroy the Shilin clan. Brother, you scared us to death. Facing the people from the Yang realm alone is so thrilling, but it's also so satisfying, shouted the Black Yak. They had arrived. Ouyang Feng carried the black tortoise shell on his back and walked gracefully like a swan. He said, I say, Demon Chu, your movements are too fast. We rushed over quickly, but by the time we arrived, you were already done for. It seems these people from the Yang realm are all fake goods. Grandpa Ouyang hasn't even shown his might yet, and they're already dead. Hee-haw, hee-haw, this group of grandsons from the Yang realm is really nothing much. Although this old donkey comes from a scholarly family, I was also prepared to exchange blows with them today. In the end, they're all dead. They really can't be forgiven, cried the old donkey. The group of people arrived, and their concerns were clear to see. They tried to speak in a relaxed manner and didn't mention Qin Luoyin, afraid that Chu Feng would feel sad. Chu Feng said, "I was too merciful last time. Now let's go and settle accounts together." Before long, they came out of the wormhole. Their first stop was the Shilin clan's planet. Chu Feng gazed at the planet below with a faint gaze. He really didn't have a good impression of this race. The things they did in the ancient times were too disgusting, despicable, and vicious to the extreme. Unfortunately, the ancient world's number 9, Wei Heng, wasn't among the saints killed by the strange matter. Chu Feng was regretful that this person wasn't among the saints who had fallen in outer space. Back then, Wei Heng was vicious and merciless. He had cut off Uncle Ming's head and pickled it in a jar. It was too sinister. One had to know that Uncle Ming was his first teacher, and he didn't care about kindness at all. Chu Feng didn't know whether Wei Heng had died in the primal chaos or not. There was no trace of him. However, everyone had to admit that Wei Heng was a heaven-bestowed genius. The world's number 9 of the Golden Generation was extremely terrifying. With a swoosh, Chu Feng went deep into the Shilin planet to understand the situation. He wanted to know where the race's last retreat was. In the end, he returned to outer space and glanced at the planet below. He said to the demonic ancestral cauldron, "This time, I'll let you eat your fill. The energy is very abundant." He discussed with the demonic ancestral cauldron and suddenly threw it. The large cauldron shone and crashed into the Shilin planet with a boom. Bang! On this day, a firework bloomed in the starry sky. It was exceptionally gorgeous. The Shilin planet was destroyed. Apparently, some people from the race had been scared out of their wits and had already fled in advance. Chu Feng didn't mind. He knew that the race still had another planet. It was their so-called second home. Last time, a few troops had fled there, and this time, some people had also gone over. He already had an idea and roughly knew where it was. Before long, Chu Feng descended upon the deity planet. Without any hesitation, he poured the cauldron into it. With a boom, he pierced through the giant planet and caused a rain of light to explode. The deity ancestral planet was destroyed. The starry sky exploded, and every race was shaken. Chu Feng was really going to kill them and start a massacre. Moments later, Chu Feng arrived at the other end of the starry sky and descended upon the corpse race's planet. Just like before, he used the demonic ancestral cauldron to attack. Bang! Another glaring ball of light soared up and illuminated the starry sky. It was extremely dazzling. He didn't stop and moved unhindered across the starry sky. He attacked mercilessly and without the slightest bit of hesitation, purging the Shilin, the deity race, and the corpse race. Later on, in a certain remote corner of the cosmos, another planet disintegrated. With a boom, light beams exploded and glaring energy waves rushed in all directions. The Shilin clan's so-called second home had been destroyed. When every race heard of this, they were all terrified. When the quasi-saint race heard of this, an ancient saint in the sacred palace dropped his teacup in panic. The tea stained his body, but he didn't know it. Chapter 928. Swoosh. A gold coin was tossed high up into the air with a slight tremor. It spun in the air and passed through the chaotic mist before falling down. Heads and tails represented life and death, respectively. This was the border of the chaotic region. The few people on the Scarlet Ship were very calm as they tossed out a gold coin, using heads and tails to decide the life and death of some people and orthodoxies in the Yin realm. The deaths of Yuan Chun, Qi Xia, and the others were indeed out of their expectations, but they didn't take it to heart. It was very normal for a few people to die. However, they had to express their attitude. Swoosh! A white figure flashed, and another person appeared on the ship. He reached out to catch the falling gold coin calmly and elegantly. This was a young man wearing a plain white battle robe. He couldn't be considered handsome, but he had a good temperament and was very elegant and confident. He smiled and said, "Life and death are in the palm of my hand." At the same time, the shadow of a huge ship appeared in the chaos. There were more people coming over. This ship belonged to the Yang realm and emitted rolling waves of heat in the Yin realm. There weren't many people on the pitch-black ship, but they were all very special. An old Tengu was very old and sat cross-legged like a human, quietly drinking tea. An old crow stood on the side of the ship. Its scarlet eyes flowed with a demonic glow. It was also very old, and its feathers were almost all falling off. There was also a weasel that was even older. Its fur was slightly white, and its body was hunched. It sat cross-legged and stared at the tortoise shell on the table, studying the divination. The few people on the Scarlet Ship stood up to welcome these three elders because they had a very strong background. The old Tengu came from a line of the High Marshal Heavenly Lord. Although it was an old servant, it could fight against the divine experts of the chaotic universe. Its cultivation was unfathomable. It wasn't a true god yet, but it had cultivated for too long, and its cultivation was shockingly high. With the help of the Yang realm's heavy weapons, it could move unhindered in this world with its half-god body. It was the same for the old crow, whose strength was similar to it. With these two experts overseeing things, they had no worries. Only the weasel was slightly special. Its fur was completely bald. Although it was old, it didn't have unfathomable strength because of its long evolution time. It had just barely entered the illumination realm. However, no one dared to look down on it. Even the old Tengu and the old crow were very respectful and were in charge of protecting it. Greetings, divine sage Huang. The youths on the Scarlet Ship all stood up. No one dared to be presumptuous. It was because in the Yang realm, the various sects elders warned repeatedly that this was a powerful person, someone Emperor Han Yi's fifth disciple personally went to find. Moreover, the descendants of the two Empyreans, Luan Yu and Extreme Marshal, had also gone to invite this old weasel. Pooh! The old weasel coughed up blood and threw away the tortoise shell on the coffee table. He closed his eyes and leaned against the rattan chair, his chest heaving violently. It sighed softly and said, "I'm old, and I don't have much energy left. This is just a divination, and I've already used up a lot of my energy." Everyone present revealed expressions of respect, and their hearts were greatly shaken. They were full of admiration because they knew what kind of artifact this old weasel was deducing. It was something that even celestial venerables yearned for, and an ancient artifact that even the powerhouses of the Yang realm coveted. How many people would dare to provoke it? In the field of divination, one was most afraid of divulging the secrets of the heavens. It was taboo, and one could easily lose their life. Which other fortune teller would dare to deduce such an artifact? It would cost him his life. I feel that the rumors aren't false. Some things are indeed in this cosmos, the old weasel said calmly as he leaned against the chair. Everyone was shaken. At the same time, they were incomparably happy and sighed inwardly. This divine Master Huang was indeed formidable and extraordinary. He could even deduce that kind of thing. It was actually really in this cosmos, and it immediately made their hearts burn with passion. It's too difficult. I can only feel it, but I can't determine its coordinates. I can't even find its approximate location for a while. The old weasel sighed softly, and his two long yellow and white eyebrows trembled slightly. Isn't the most ancient artifact among them towering into the clouds and boundlessly grand? The target should be quite large. When the time comes, we can use the sky connecting mirror to illuminate it. Who knows, we might be able to find it directly, someone said. Just now, the old weasel was certain that this artifact should be in the netherworld. The others nodded. It was rumored that this artifact was majestic, and its aura swallowed the 8 desolate lands. Back then, an ultimate figure rose rapidly precisely because of it. Is this true? Someone mumbled in a low voice as he spoke of the most ancient legendary artifact. The old weasel nodded and revealed some secrets. After all, these disciples of the younger generation couldn't come into contact with this level. Yes, someone saw it back then. It was a giant wall that stretched across the heaven and earth. When they raised their heads and looked up, the wall was full of traces, and all of them were ultimate topographical maps. Later on, they depicted some of them for the most powerful domain researchers in the Yang realm to see. It made them feel afraid because those topographical maps contained ultimate profundities and were unfathomable. The most important thing was that the person who discovered the giant wall had also seen some glowing symbols on it that contained profound meanings. What a pity. That ancient existence used this to rise and evolve toward the ultimate form, but in the end he still fell on the road. I don't know what he evolved into, but after calculating the time of decline, he should have died already. Even so, the information leaked out by that fallen semi-ultimate entity still made people's eyes red with greed. They coveted this wall. It was fine if it was just one case, but later on, someone saw that giant wall and also began to evolve toward the ultimate form. He guarded that wall for many years, but unfortunately, he also fell in the path of evolution. Later on, an unforeseen event occurred in the Yang realm. It was said that that wall was broken into the sea of primal chaos and entered the universe of the Yin realm. The strangest thing is that no one can see the whole picture of that wall when they stand in front of it. They can only feel it inch by inch. The old weasel's words made everyone present dumbstruck. A wall as big as Mount Sumeru? This item is only the most ancient. No one knows what era it originated from, but the others might be even more precious, right? Someone asked. The old weasel nodded and said yes. Although it can make people rise and walk toward the semi-ultimate form, it can't be considered unrivaled under the heavens. After all, the breathing techniques ranked in the top few in the Yang realm can similarly be achieved as long as one cultivates them step by step. The others nodded. Speaking of supreme treasures, the few supreme clans that were ranked at the top in the Yang realm had their respective sect guarding supreme treasures that could similarly intimidate the heavens and suppress the Yang realm. They were only stronger than that wall. The most important thing was that the supreme treasures of these clans had never been lost. They had always been in the hands of those few clans, and they could operate them as if they were their own limbs. Rumor had it that they were all supreme objects nurtured from the primal chaos, far surpassing the mature innate gourds in the primal chaos sea. The few lost items are all in this cosmos. Even the old heavenly hound bowed and respectfully asked divine teacher Huang for guidance. 1 or 2 are here. I have a vague feeling. The old weasel responded. Moreover, he roughly explained the origin. In that extremely ancient era, a great upheaval had occurred in the Yang realm. It was unknown why some powerhouses that had disappeared for countless eras suddenly appeared and caused a great war. In addition, some forbidden lands were also unstable because of this. Apart from some talismans that flew out, other things came into being, and even living creatures walked out, causing bad consequences. The powerhouses of the Yang realm fought fiercely and blood flowed like rivers. That battle affected the heavens, and a few great figures of the Yang realm were dying. They took away their treasures and chose their respective burial grounds. Some people entered the Yin realm's universe because of this. This was the reason why some celestial venerables guessed that the supreme treasures of the Yang realm might have been lost in the Yin realm. That era was too glorious and also too terrifying. The old weasel sighed with sorrow. Deities howled after that battle. He shook his head again. There were only 1 or 2 supreme treasures of the Yang realm here. There were others lost in unknown places, and no one knew when they would appear again. Before this, let's deal with some of the more eyesores in the Yin realm, the old crow said. He was an old servant of the celestial lord Chaotic Universe's lineage. He had already received news that Qi Xia and the other disciples of the sect had died. He felt that there was a need to purge them. How could the disciples of the celestial lord of the Yang realm tolerate being killed by the Yin spirits? Yes, although the talents of my junior brothers aren't outstanding, we can't humiliate them since they entered our sect. The youth in white nodded. The disciples of the 4 sects who had come earlier and were in charge of monitoring the Great Abyss on the Scarlet Ship also nodded. They were in favor of taking action and cleaning up the Yin spirits first. Yes, the most important thing is that the robbery induction breathing technique actually appeared unexpectedly. This is a major event that shocked the Yang realm. It's a pleasant surprise that exceeded all expectations. It's on the body of the Yin spirit named Chu Feng. Everyone at the scene requested Divine Master Huang to deduce Chu Feng's whereabouts and find him immediately. In the depths of the universe, Chu Feng felt very tired. It wasn't physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Qin Luoyin's death made him disheartened, and he still hadn't thought of a way to save her. He went to visit his parents and Chu Wuhin before setting off again. "Let's split up. I want some peace and quiet," Chu Feng said to the black yak, yellow cattle, and the others. "Are you afraid of getting us into trouble?" Young lady, she glanced sideways at him. She was very sharp. "Yes, I'm not sure. For safety's sake, let's split up and hide in different star domains. There will most likely be people from the Yang realm coming," Chu Feng said. At the very least, these brothers weren't present when he killed the people from the Yang realm. He didn't want them to be involved. "What are you saying? How can we retreat?" The black yak slammed the table. Chu Feng shook his head. They couldn't help even if they wanted to. If people from the Yang realm appeared again, they would definitely muster a large force with absolute certainty. The strange substance had already been exposed, so the other party would definitely be on guard. He didn't know what he would use to resist next time. Chu Feng didn't agree, no matter how the group argued. He left decisively and set off on his own. "Chu Feng, I want to talk to you." Unexpectedly, Ing Wudi used the photon computer to contact Chu Feng. This time, his face wasn't black, but rather red. His expression was extremely unnatural. He braced himself and said, "My younger sister has been clamoring to save you, but she's been placed under house arrest by the three saints. My sister, Ing Zhexian, has been in seclusion for a long time, so she doesn't know about this." "The quasi-immortal race is afraid that I'll attack?" Chu Feng asked calmly. In one day, he destroyed the celestial forest, slaughtered the deities, and eliminated the corpse race. Naturally, this caused a huge commotion. The three saints of the quasi-mortal race were frightened out of their wits, and their faces were still as pale as snow. "Yes." Ing Wudi sighed softly. Although he always had a dark expression toward Chu Feng in the past, he also couldn't stand the way those three old fellows did things. "Tell those three old monsters in the quasi-mortal race's sacred palace that I want to take a look at their breathing technique," said Chu Feng calmly. Ing Wudi turned around and left the photon computer. There was no way to discuss this matter, but after some thought, he still told the three saints the truth. He felt that the three of them would probably refuse, right? Chu Feng found a quiet little planet and descended. He looked at Qin Luoyin and was very sentimental. In the end, he used the soul bell to suppress her dim and stiff soul light and put it into the stone box. After that, he started to study the stone box again. He felt that this thing contained extraordinary secrets. After studying it thoroughly, he might be able to use it to protect Qin Luoyin and pass through the stone millstone of the radiant city of death to find the clay idol at the end of the reincarnation road. One side of the stone box was slightly sparkling and translucent. There was an endless topographical map of mountains and rivers there. It was complex and difficult to fathom and was the most terrifying ultimate topographical map in the domain. In the past, the stone box was very rough and only had dim patterns on it. However, it had undergone some changes after the last trip to Purgatory. When Chu Feng poured energy into the stone box, one side could maintain some luster for a short period of time. At the edge of the universe, the old weasel who was doing divination suddenly spat out a mouthful of faint golden blood. Moreover, he coughed up blood continuously. "Senior, what's wrong?" The people in the surroundings turned pale with fright because they saw that his eyes were dripping blood. The situation was fairly serious. Wasn't it just deducing the whereabouts of Ian's spirit? Why did it have to be like this? Chapter 929. The old weasel seemed to have degenerated and no longer spoke human language. Instead, he was squeaking like a wild beast. The people at the side were terrified. This divine teacher had a very high status and needed to rely on his divination ability to come to the netherworld. How could this happen? The old weasel's eyes were very red and his ears were bleeding. He looked a little scary and his body was becoming more and more crooked. He couldn't even sit still. Was he going to be beaten back to his original form? Senior. The group of people were very anxious and impatient. The old heavenly hound quickly took action and injected vigorous life energy into divine teacher Huang's body to help him deal with the misfortune. If he were to completely transform, a divine teacher in the field of divination would return to being a beast. The losses would be immeasurable. Squeak, squeak. Divine teacher Huang cried out with a wild aura. His slightly bald tail, with only a few hairs on it, swayed back and forth as his body twitched. After a long time, he spat out another mouthful of blood and gradually calmed down. He then let out a long sigh. Senior, are you all right? The white-robed youth asked with concern. Although the old heavenly hound and black crow were still old, they were like heavenly blades that had been unsheathed. Their auras were sharp and fierce, and they were both wrapped in astonishing divine light and energy. They were still injecting large amounts of life energy into divine teacher Huang's body. So powerful, I almost fell for it. The old weasel was still in a state of shock. He said that he had been careless and used a secret divination technique that was prone to problems. In the end, he actually suffered such a backlash. At that moment, all his hopes turned to dust, and he was almost beaten back to his original form. It was just a small spirit. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. However, divine teacher Huang wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was somewhat excited. His dim eyes gradually lit up because he knew very well what this meant. That spirit has an extraordinary item on him. The others revealed astonished expressions. This was a divine teacher in the field of divination. Not to mention evolution, he was truly unfathomable in terms of divination alone. What extraordinary item could make such a person suffer such a great loss and almost be beaten back to his original form? For a moment, everyone's eyes were sparkling. Fortunately, this is the nether world and can't be compared to a corner of the world of the living. The order here is incomplete. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to make a divination. Divine Master Huang dared to come to this universe because the laws were flawed and the territory was not vast enough. That was why he dared to make a divination in this universe. If he was in the Yang realm, he wouldn't have any way to forcibly deduce the heavenly secrets of such an ultimate artifact, and he would probably die a miserable death. It switched to a different method of deduction. It fiddled with a few pieces of the tortoise shell and began divining again. This time, the method was more reliable. However, he began to cough up blood again, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He began to squeak again, and his eyes became slightly unfocused. Divine teacher! The people at the side were alarmed and frightened. What was going on? Didn't it say that it was fine? How could he be in danger again? If he was beaten back to his original state, he could only ask for help from the Empyrean's descendants. Don't worry, this is a normal backlash. It's not fatal. The old weasel shook his head and recovered. How is it? Standing on the side of the ship, the old crow with scarlet eyes and few feathers asked in a low and cautious voice. I've roughly estimated which star field it is, but I can't determine the exact coordinates, Divine Teacher Huang replied. However, he wasn't discouraged at all. On the contrary, he was very happy. Previously, he had simply gone to deduce 1 or 2 artifacts, but he couldn't even suffer a backlash because he had no clue at all. He couldn't find the location at all. Now, he was actually starting to get close because of Ian's spirit. We're very lucky. I speculate that the artifact hasn't awakened yet and doesn't truly belong to that Ian's spirit. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to do anything. Everyone trembled with fear. A heavenly secret that could protect a person without awakening was in the Yang realm, and moreover, it was in the incomplete small space of the Yang realm. If it was in the Yang realm, even if it hadn't awakened, Divine Teacher Huang would still be powerless. Find him as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. Old Heavenly Dog revealed a cold aura and wanted to make a move himself. As an evolver of the great martial Heavenly Lord's lineage, he hated Ian's spirits the most. In the depths of the universe, Chu Feng was studying the stone box in his hand. It had a total of 6 sides. At this moment, A few sparkles on one of them had dimmed and became rough again, so he put it away. That was because the quasi-immortal race contacted him again at this time, which made him feel deeply surprised. The three ancient saints of this race actually agreed to let him view the breathing technique. What kind of omen was this? He was rather suspicious. The other party actually agreed. Did they want to ambush him? Chu Feng was fearless. He held the green-skinned calabash in one hand and the purple golden bamboo in the other as he directly hurried over. He wanted to see whether the quasi-immortal race had eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall. He wasn't arrogant and didn't set foot on the flying immortal planet. Instead, he let the quasi-immortal race enter the starry sky. The old woman of the quasi-immortal race appeared. Her old face immediately turned green when she saw Chu Feng fully armed. Was he deceiving them? He actually wanted to kill the three of them? The other two old men with thinning hair also tensed up and felt a chill from head to toe. They also thought that Chu Feng wanted to kill them. You can't go back on your words. The old woman's expression was unsightly. You really brought the breathing technique. Chu Feng was astonished. He suddenly felt that these three people didn't seem like they had set up a killing trap to ambush him. However, these three old fellows were too spineless. Did they really give in after a single threat? This made Great Demon Chu rather speechless. He had originally thought that these three ancient saints would have a lot of integrity. He hadn't expected them to be so cowardly. They directly lowered their heads and were willing to offer the top three breathing techniques. Chu Feng's heart was burning with passion because, as far as he knew, the quasi-mortal race was ranked in the top 10 in the Yang realm. This kind of scripture was too heaven-defying. Even if it was only an incomplete technique that could only be cultivated to the Heaven Illuminator realm at most, and even if there were some flaws and some mistakes, it was enough. It could be called a world-class treasure inheritance. Chu Feng's eyes were lush green. They were really glowing with green light. But in the eyes of the three quasi-immortal race elders, it was rather terrifying and dangerous. Was this demon going to change his mind? Was he going to massacre them? The three of them were frightened, and their hearts were perturbed. "Oh, give it to me. I hope you won't disappoint me," said Chu Feng. The old woman hesitated for a while, but in the end, she still handed over a jade box. There was an extremely ancient beast skin inside, which recorded the breathing scripture of the quasi-immortal race. "You really brought it?" Chu Feng knew at a glance that this should be true. The beast skin was too ancient, and the breathing technique recorded on it was extremely profound. He was fascinated by it after a cursory glance. The three saints cursed in their hearts. "You King annihilated the deity race, the celestial forest, and the corpse race. Who wouldn't be afraid? You destroyed 3 planets. So how could you not deliver it? If the 3 races hadn't been annihilated, they wouldn't have been so happy." They were very worried that Chu Feng would also wipe out the quasi-immortal race. Chu Feng looked at them askance. He really wanted to say, "You 3 old fellows are measuring others by your own standards. Am I that kind of person?" The 3 saints looked at him, but in the depths of their hearts, they were saying, "This demon is vicious and merciless. He's definitely that kind of person. Why is there another beast skin?" Chu Feng asked. There was another one at the bottom of the box, and it was also very old. This is an improved breathing technique. It's more suitable for cultivation in the Yin realm universe. The old woman answered truthfully. "Good." Chu Feng was overjoyed. In that case, the first one was part of the original version brought over from the Yang realm. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried that Xiao Xiao would say everything because she was too close to Chu Feng and had misgivings that she had leaked these things before, the 3 saints wouldn't have been so considerate, even if they were beaten to death. You have to keep your promise. You can't pass it on to anyone else in the Yin realm universe. The old woman emphasized. "Don't worry." Chu Feng nodded and said with a solemn expression, "The technique must not be passed on to 6 ears." He quickly memorized the densely packed words on the 2 ancient bee skin scrolls and returned them to them. Then he turned around and left. He didn't want to stay in one place for a long time now. Was it over just like that? The three saints were originally anxious. They were afraid that he would turn hostile and refuse to acknowledge the debt and kill them right away. Their backs were already drenched in cold sweat, but now they realized that everything was so simple. The three of them looked at each other in dismay. They felt that they had been too decisive and thorough in their cowardice this time. From the other party's performance just now, they could clearly still negotiate. Puffed. The three of them spat out blood and pounded their chests. Immediately, their faces turned deathly pale. This demon had intimidated them and swindled away their sect-guarding scripture. How heartbreaking. Chu Feng disappeared like a wisp of smoke. It was rare for him to be in such an oppressive environment. This was truly an unexpected joy. He never thought that he would actually obtain a supreme breathing technique. He had obtained a portion of the Buddhist race's breathing technique when he was in the foreign realm. Not long ago, he killed a group of people from the Yang realm and found the 9 glories, undying, and more than 10 other breathing techniques that they had collected. He memorized all of them. Chu Feng had an impulse in his heart. This was to give him a chance to evolve again. He definitely wanted to walk the path of the strongest and not leave behind any regrets. He wanted to correct the unorthodox path. With so many top-notch breathing techniques in his hands and that old fox's strongest notebook in the foreign realm, Chu Feng was excited just thinking about it. No one in the Yang realm dared to covet the breathing techniques of the quasi-mortal race and the Buddhist race, but Chu Feng had them now. They surpassed some of the immortal orthodoxies in the Yang realm. In addition, he also had the robbery induction breathing technique. After opening the wormhole, Chu Feng changed to another star domain and didn't return to the original small planet. At the edge of the universe, Divine Master Huang wanted to divine once more and try to determine a further range. In the end, he spat out blood and discovered that Chu Feng was no longer in the same place. His face immediately turned green. Did he have to deduce everything again? He would spit out blood every time he made a serious divination. How much essence blood did he have to cough up? If he really was beaten back to his original form, then it would be a huge joke. Oh, I'm fine this time. I roughly calculated that he's in this star domain. Divine Master Huang used his claw to point at the crystal he had prepared in advance. A starry sky appeared on it. This time, Chu Feng didn't activate the stone box. It returned to its rough state, and one side was no longer slightly sparkling. Therefore, the old weasel didn't suffer a backlash. Divine Master Huang pondered for a moment and guessed the situation. He immediately became more confident. This was the divination domain he was proud of. If it was someone else, it would be impossible for them to deduce that Yin's spirit and would be deceived by heaven's secrets. Everyone at the scene felt relieved after understanding the situation and revealed smiles. As long as Divine Master Huang didn't always consume blood essence during the divination, everything would be fine. They believed that Chu Feng wouldn't be able to escape from the palms of their hands. Call him over. The white-robed young man smiled and suggested. As for the old Tiango and the Black Crow standing on the side of the ship, they were much calmer and didn't plan to look for him personally. All of a sudden, a piece of news appeared on the Black Blood platform. The people of the Yang realm had appeared and were using this universe's platform to release news. A handsome white-robed young man spoke gently and invited Chu Feng to the edge of the Yang realm's universe to drink tea. This is a divine tea produced on the Jade Peak outside the Yang realm's Yuanshe, Tianzuan's seclusion grounds. It has an excellent taste and can only be found by chance. He spoke as he brewed tea. His movements were beautiful like moving clouds and flowing water. His bearing was very elegant. At the same time, he mentioned a star domain and pointed out Chu Feng's location. He said that it was too cold there and that they could meet at the edge of the universe to chat. Soon after, an azure-clothed man appeared. He claimed to be a disciple of the extreme martial clan. He was also smiling brilliantly and invited Chu Feng to come over. The starry sky was silent. Everyone realized that the people of the Yang realm were confident in their backing. It was very likely that they had discovered Chu Feng's coordinates. They were forcing him to go over and beg for forgiveness. Come, I'll warmly invite you. Chu Feng, I believe you won't refuse the face I've given you, right? The azure-clothed man said with a faint smile. Chapter 9:30. When such words were spoken, it was a little too obvious. What did he mean by please? It was clearly a threat, a warning, a serious threat to Chu Feng to go over as soon as possible. The starry sky was deathly silent, and the evolvers of every race were terrified. The people of the Yang realm were too formidable. They could even see through the star field that Chu Feng was in. So who wouldn't be afraid? If he dared to speak carelessly, he would definitely be dragged out, and it would be hard for him to have a good ending. You really don't have any self-awareness. I invited you over, but you didn't come? The man in green said indifferently. He put down the teacup and said, You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you'll have to crawl over yourself in the end. The green-clothed young man looked sideways. His posture was very arrogant. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows carried a bit of coldness. He said, You really don't want face when I give it to you. In the universe, the peace was broken, and many people were in heated discussion. At the same time, people also noticed that there were quite a few evolvers who were maintaining their silence for fear of bringing trouble upon themselves. A green-clothed manservant. This was Chu Feng's response. At the same time, he frowned. The other party actually pointed out the star domain he was in. His methods were heaven-defying. Was he actually this powerful? He didn't believe in heresy. After some thought, he no longer contacted the Wormhole Express company. Instead, he flew directly into a planet and used the teleportation domains here to leave this starry sea. At this moment, at the edge of the Netherworld universe, a group of people were smiling. With Divine Master Huang around, they weren't afraid of the enemy escaping. They could find them no matter where they went. The group of people sipped their tea calmly. At this moment, they felt that it was necessary to subdue the many orthodoxies in this universe and mobilize them to help the Yang realm search for those two legendary artifacts. Gua, the old crow, who was standing on the ship's railing, spoke to the entire underworld universe. Oh, I'm also here to invite all evolvers of the Illuminator level and above in this universe to come here and have some tea. Anyone who dares to come? He. The voice of this ominous blackbird was old and harsh at the same time. It reverberated on the Black Blood platform, shocking everyone. Some people's expressions changed. This old crow was calling out. He was really conceited to face the strongest group of people in the Een Realm universe by himself. The old crow smiled faintly and said, Come, have a cup of tea. Oh, no one dares to come? Of course, you can also interpret it as me asking the Illuminati to kneel here. This old crow was too blatant in the end. He was challenging the entire sea of stars and looking down on the underworld universe. He wasn't taking the evolvers at the mirror level in this world seriously. Many people from various races were furious, but in the end, they sighed again. The evolvers at the Heaven Illuminator level had all disappeared and couldn't return safely. Old Heavenly Hound opened his mouth and said, Oh, the evolvers of the Een Realm universe need to be a great realm higher to be qualified to fight with the cultivators of the Yang realm. Its tone was flat, but at the same time, it was looking down on all the evolvers of the underworld universe. This was practically setting up an arena. The few of them stood still and waited at the edge of the netherworld universe. This was tantamount to letting out word that anyone who wasn't convinced could challenge them. This old man will sit here and drink tea. I welcome all the evolvers who have the courage to come and verify and discuss the Tao. He. The old Heavenly Hound's laughter was filled with conceit and arrogance. Clang, clang, clang. As he spoke, the old Heavenly Hound lifted his paw and broken weapons flew out one after another. Some were broken spears, some were broken swords, some were shattered ancient cauldrons, and some were broken pieces of large bells. All of them were stained with blood as they landed around the large ship, bobbing up and down with an oppressive aura. The universe was greatly shaken. That was because some people recognized that these were the weapons of some powerhouses at the Heaven Illuminator level. They belonged to this universe and were all broken. One could imagine the outcome of their owners. After the old Heavenly Hound threw out these weapons, it didn't say anything else. However, it was equivalent to slapping the faces of the evolvers of various races and intimidating the entire starry sky. This was blatant contempt. "I have some here too," the old crow said. As he opened his mouth, he spat out some broken weapons. They were all stained with blood and belonged to the Illuminator level. He added, "I'm waiting here for that young man called Chu Feng to come knocking. I'm also waiting for the strongest among you. Does anyone dare to come?" At this moment, many people's emotions were fluctuating violently. The people of the Yang realm were too domineering. This was a provocation. After suppressing the entire Yang realm, they were still looking down on them. The hearts of many evolvers from the great races were dripping blood as they recognized the sect-guarding weapons of their race. The ancient ancestor was definitely dead, and he was even displayed like this. Damn it, a dog and a crow are suppressing our Yang realm universe. This is too sullen. If I were at the Illuminator level, I'd definitely go and slaughter them. Someone roared angrily. This was also what many people were thinking. However, no expert of this level had appeared in this world. For a moment, all the evolvers in the starry sky felt a sense of defeat and dispirited. Was the Yang realm so powerful that they couldn't be defeated? Just a few people could come and show off their might. Ha ha! The old Heavenly Hound's laughter rang out. It was truly somewhat ear-piercing. Many people were resentful, and their hearts were burning with fury. The huge Yang realm was actually being looked down upon like this. There wasn't a single person who could fight. Sigh. A sigh rang out on an ordinary vital planet in a very remote part of the starry sky. This was an ordinary village. An old man was sharpening a hatchet at the entrance of the village. He looked at a lame old horse that was pulling the mill and said, "Old friend, can you still run?" The lame old horse spoke in human language and didn't answer. He asked in a very old voice, "In ancient times, you retired and returned to the fields. Now that you're out, can you still carry a knife? I should still be able to chop off a few beasts' heads, although I most likely won't have a good ending," the old man replied as he continued to sharpen his rusty hatchet. At this moment, at the edge of the Yang realm universe, Divine Master Huang was very calm. He took out a few bee skin scrolls and was studying them. He muttered to himself, "These are all bounties and wanted posters from the Yang realm. Since I've come to the Yang realm universe, let me take a closer look. Who knows, I might be able to gain something." Beside him, a few young people were shocked after seeing the records on the bee skin scrolls. Some were wanted posters issued by the immortal dynasties, while some were related to the celestial venerables. Back then, King Permitha escaped into the Yang realm. Although he was killed, it's suspected that he left behind descendants. It's worth exploring. I'll make some deductions in a while. If there really are descendants left behind, they won't be able to avoid my deduction technique. The old weasel muttered to himself and revealed a smile. This sky-high bounty was worth making a move. The old weasel continued to flip through the beast skin scrolls and revealed a surprised expression. There's another piece of information here that isn't a bounty. It's just a rumor. The one sitting in the fallen Emperor's slope in the Yang realm once planted the mother metal in the bodies of a few geniuses, and some experimental subjects entered the Yang realm. He inhaled a breath of cold air. This involved the work of a certain great character. He decisively skipped over this article and didn't delve into it. Afterward, Divine Master Huang began to divine everything about King Permitha. He knew what he should touch and what he shouldn't. Interesting. King Permitha is indeed dead, but his bloodline is still in this universe. Let me see where it is. The old weasel deduced for a while and revealed a joyful expression. I know where it is. He turned back to look at Old Tingo and Black Crow, asking for their assistance to help him take down this bounty. Don't worry. Although there are many people from the Yang realm, there are still a few of them. There are still some at the Illuminator level. Old Tiango was very kind to him and had a very humble attitude. He would grant all of his requests. He waved his large claws, and 4 large ships slowly sailed over from the primal chaos. There were only 3 people sitting cross-legged on each ship. There weren't many of them. However, they were all at the illuminator level. Among these people, some of them were bare-chested with bronze-colored skin. They were sitting cross-legged with a snow-white long sword on their knees. Some were breathing in and out with chaotic chi going in and out of their mouths and noses, while others were resting with their eyes closed. 3 people were sitting cross-legged on each of the 4 ships. They were all evolvers at the illuminator level from the Yang realm. Very well, we'll set off immediately. Divine Master Huang spoke and informed them of the coordinates. However, at this moment, a blue vine flew over with a pop. It pierced through the void and pierced towards the old weasel's glabella. It was too sudden. Even the 2 experts, Old Tiango and Black Crow, weren't alerted in advance. Divine Master Huang was even more shocked. He could seek fortune and avoid calamity, but in the end, someone actually got close to him and coldly tried to kill him. He did everything he could to evade, and the talismans on his body burned to help him escape death. With a pop, the blue vine pierced through the death substitution talisman, but it still pierced through the old weasel's shoulder. His right forelimb rapidly cracked and exploded, causing blood to splatter everywhere. This almost tore his entire body apart. The old weasel simply couldn't believe it. He was seriously injured and almost met with a calamity, but he actually didn't predict it in advance. Which part of the chain went wrong? Old Tiango and Black Crow came to their senses and roared angrily. Their blood energy overflowed into the sky as they pounced forward to attack. They were startled, angry, and afraid at the same time. The 2 of them were in charge of protecting Divine Master Huang, but in the end, they almost watched helplessly as he was assassinated. If this Divine Master died, they would also be buried with him. In this area, the sky was filled with blue petals. One after another, spider lilies appeared and sprinkled down like a gorgeous and dreamy rain. "It's you." The old weasel immediately knew who had come. They were still deducing not long ago, but in the end, it had killed its way to the scene so quickly. "That's right, your grandfather is here." The spider lilies avoided the old Tiango and Black Crow. There were its blue clones everywhere, interfering with everyone here and illuminating the sky with blue light. Its true body wrapped around a large ship with a boom. There were 3 heaven illuminators on this ship who had just sailed out from the primal chaos. However, the blue spider lilies were still fearless. Its roots, stems, and leaves were all glowing, and divine chains of order were densely spread out, trapping the entire ship. Roar! The 3 trapped experts roared angrily, but their protective radiance was penetrated amidst popping sounds as divine chains ran through their bodies. "You guys killed my father. I haven't even taken revenge for this, and now you're trying to kill me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" roared the spider lilies. Puffed. The head of a heaven illuminator rolled down as it was sliced apart by its roots. His spirit was also destroyed. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. The spider lilies suddenly attacked and went completely crazy. Puffed. Another heaven illuminator was wrapped up within, and his body rapidly shriveled up. He was pierced through by numerous roots and divine chains of order and was twisted into pieces in the blink of an eye. At the same time, on a certain remote planet in the universe, the old man who had just finished sharpening his hatchet put on his tattered armor, mounted his crippled old horse, and set out on his journey. Chapter 9:31. An old horse was crippled, but its movements were extremely fast. It pierced through the starry skies and rushed to the edge of the cosmos. Moreover, its state was rapidly changing. All of its dull and lusterless mixed hair fell off, revealing its sturdy body. Even its form had changed. This wasn't a horse, but rather a koei. It was shaped like an ox and had no horns on its body. At this moment, it let out a roar and lightning surged. It tore through the dark cosmos and became incomparably dazzling. This was a vicious beast whose might shook the ancient times and was rarely seen in the world. Moreover, the ordinary Kuei only had one leg, but this one had evolved three. Even a fourth leg had grown out. The scene was extraordinary. Once it had 4 legs, it would become a divine beast. Moreover, it was a divine beast of the first generation that had successfully evolved on its own. At the same time, the old man carrying the hatchet on the Kuei's back was also undergoing astonishing changes. His body became tall and sturdy as he became a large man. His appearance was rough and somewhat ugly, but it was difficult to conceal his soaring divine spirit. The rusty hatchet on his back erupted with splendor. All of the rust fell off and turned into a snow-white long blade. Me, 2OFO. The Buddhist race was paying attention to an ancient saint at the edge of the cosmos. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. This was that person from back then. He was actually still alive. Heaven Blade, he actually didn't die in meditation. He rode his Kuei into the world again. An ancient saint from the Tao race was also astonished, and his voice trembled slightly. In the era when ancient saints like them had just become famous, during the glorious ancient times, this Wu Xingqian, who was revered as Heaven Blade, had already illuminated the heavens for a long time. He was extremely dazzling and had left behind too much glory. At that time, Heaven Blade, Wu Xingqian, didn't have much lifespan left and was about to die in meditation. In the end, he rode the Kuei that had accompanied him his entire life to find a burial ground. He hummed his funeral song alone and was quite detached from the world. Who would have thought that after so many years, he would actually appear again? He hadn't died and was still alive in this world, appearing once again with a blade on his back. Heaven Blade severs emotion. He was alone his entire life. His childhood sweetheart unexpectedly died under his own Heaven Blade, and he never married. Even one of the top 10 beauties in the starry skies fell in love with him, but she was tactfully rejected. His entire life was devoted to his blade. There were too many topics and legends about him back then. This person should have died, and his lifespan had long run out, but he actually appeared again. Just as the crowd became excited, the man and the horse disappeared. Skyblade Wu Xingqian was too terrifying. The shiny long blade in his hand suddenly slashed down, splitting the universe. This somewhat ugly but powerful man directly split the universe apart. His horse stepped into the void and soared into the sky, rushing to the edge of the universe. Outside the primal chaos, the battle was extremely intense. In just an instant, a large ship from the Yang realm cosmos had been covered by spider lilies. He had killed 2 people. This was an evolver of the mirror realm, the highest achievement in the netherworld. But now, one of them had been decapitated, and the other had been pierced through by the divine chains of order, dying completely. Ah! The spider lily roared loudly. With a Hong sound, its plant body covered the entire ship, causing it to completely disintegrate. The last illuminator on the ship was strangled by his roots and pierced through by his vines. He shriveled up rapidly. Everything happened too quickly, and no one could save him in time. The old heavenly hound rebuked angrily. Its barking shook the nearby primal chaos and caused countless black cracks to appear in the void. Its vitality was overflowing. At this moment, although it was old, the exuberant vitality it emitted was even more terrifying than many powerhouses in their prime. In the vicinity, a sea of blood surged from its body and flooded the edge of the netherworld cosmos. Its body became very terrifying as it opened its bloody mouth. It was only a few meters long, but it swallowed all the nearby planets into its mouth. The Dharma form swallowed planets. Not only did it bear its malevolent and snow-white fangs of the spider lilies, but also brandished an incomparably terrifying and sharp claw that flickered with cold light and slapped forward. The void exploded, not to mention the spider lilies in front of it. Even some of the celestial bodies far behind it were shattered by this terrifying energy and disintegrated one after another. In the vicinity, The various incarnations of the spider lilies were broken inch by inch and turned into powder. Naturally, its true body had been discovered because the old heavenly hound had locked onto it. The spider lilies wanted to avoid its edge because it was deeply aware of how terrifying the old heavenly hound was. However, that large claw was too terrifying. It covered the firmament and had already enveloped it. It formed a small universe where spatial order interweaved and clanging sounds could be heard. Chi! At this moment, the void split open and a dazzling cold light appeared. A blade radiance seemed to have cut through the eternity of the universe and illuminated the mortal world. Accompanied by a flash of blood, the old heavenly hound let out a muffled groan and its body trembled. One of its large claws was chopped off by the heaven blade and blood splattered in all directions. This blade was too tyrannical and indestructible. It was as powerful as the old heavenly hound and was known as a demigod. It had accumulated countless years, and its cultivation was terrifyingly high. It had once easily slaughtered a few Illuminati experts, but now its right forelimb was chopped off by a blade. This made it feel great hatred and panic at the same time. It felt incomparable pain, and blood kept spurting out. Roar! It let out a loud roar that shook the entire cosmos. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Heaven Blade Wu Xingkuan. The heavenly hound swallowing the moon was a folklore. The true experts of this race could swallow the starry skies. Kacha! At this moment, the mighty kuei that Wu Xingkuan was sitting on had snow-white fur and emitted glaring lightning. It had 3 legs that enhanced its might of thunder. With a boom, the kuei opened its mouth and spat out lightning that contained traces of dense, immortal mist into its bloody mouth. Puffed. The old heavenly hound let out a blood-curdling screech as the back of its neck was penetrated. The lightning that rushed into its mouth was too powerful and charred its bloody mouth black. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was even penetrated. If it wasn't for the fact that an expert of this level could be revived with a drop of blood, it would definitely be in danger this time. However, it had also fallen into a passive position because of this. The Snow-White Blade and Heaven Blade, Wu Xingkuan's hand, was too fast. It reproduced the unrivaled blade momentum that allowed him to traverse the universe unhindered in the past. Puffed. A bloody wound appeared on the old heavenly hound's left shoulder blade. It was so deep that the bone could be seen. Chi! The blade radiance surged, and a few terrifying wounds were left on the old heavenly hound's chest, causing blood to flow. You're courting death. I'm an evolver at the pinnacle of the Yang realm, and I'm known as a demigod. How dare a Een spirit act violently against me? The old heavenly hound was furious. It had once said that the cultivators of this universe had to be one realm higher to be able to compete with the living beings of the Yang realm. In the end, there was someone who disregarded this rule and slashed at it with a blade. The old heavenly hound's aura changed, and its body became no longer the length of a normal person. It stood upright, and the grayish-black fur on its body emitted a faint golden luster. After that, its aura rose explosively and was drowned by the golden light. Kill! It clashed with the Heaven Blade with its bare hands, but of course, it didn't dare to touch the blade's edge. It continuously struck the side of the blade, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The sound was ear-piercing and extremely terrifying. There were densely packed order patterns between its pale golden claws and the Heaven Blade. They were all law runes that collided intensely, and even the starry sky was cracking. The two were engaged in a furious battle. It was a showdown at the pinnacle. The people of the Yang realm and the surroundings were stunned. The old heavenly hound actually encountered an opponent in the Yang realm universe. In their hearts, it should be able to crush and sweep away all enemies. As for the people from various races in the starry sky, they were even more stunned. The reappearance of Heaven Blade, Wu Xingkuan, shocked all of them. They didn't expect him to be so powerful and block a great expert from the Yang realm. The red spider lily also appeared once again and killed a young realm illuminator expert. It simply caused the starry sky to boil. Croak. The black crow's eyes were scarlet red like gems and shot out scarlet clouds. It swooped down instantly and wanted to attack Heaven Blade, Wu Xingquan together with the old heavenly hound. Crack! Tens of hundreds of thick lightning bolts were emitted from the one-legged bull's body, and all of them blasted toward the black crow. At the same time, the red spider lily was also moving. The sky was filled with sparkling petals, and blue vines densely covered the place. A few of them turned into blue divine spears and shot toward the crow in midair. Boom! There was an intense collision. The black feathers on the old heavenly hound's body spread out and emitted an intense black light. It destroyed the lightning and shook off the vines. The red spider lily grows in the Yang Realm universe and limits your upper limit. How dare you make a move against me? The old heavenly hound's black light surged and spewed black flames at the red spider lily before rushing toward Heaven Blade, Wu Xingquan again. Silly bird, your grandpa red spider lily is most suitable to grow in the Yang Realm. Give me your bird life. The red spider lily shouted. The blue light around his body surged and the Een fog surged, blocking all the black flames. Then he pounced over with his real body. Red spider lily, your father is a fugitive, and you are the son of a prisoner. You have to be brought to justice too. Hand over your life. At this moment, the 9 Illuminator experts on the other 3 ships approached. One of them shouted. It was a middle-aged man holding a 3-pointed, double-edged sword as he pounced over. The red spider lily's heart trembled. This was the leader of the 9 Illuminators. He was extremely powerful and wasn't weaker than the old heavenly hound and the black crow. Moreover, he was in the prime of his life and was full of vigor. He was a human expert, and he charged over just like that and split the void of the universe with his blade. The red spider lily roared, and a faint blue light suddenly appeared around his body. It was a type of flame that blended with his body. It was very painful for an evolver from the plant race. However, the fusion was successful, and the aura around his body surged. There's a planet adjacent to the Een Sparrow race that has the 9 Nether Forbidden Land. It's one of the most terrifying regions in the universe. The red spider lily has successfully entered and extracted a portion of a 9 Nether Fire seed. Someone from the Tao race gasped in admiration. Their race was too ancient and knew the secret of that forbidden land. The red spider lily's divine might surged as he fought with the leader of the Illuminators in a life and death struggle. Suddenly, a blue vine flew out and killed one of the young disciples from the 4th sex in the distance. He was pierced between the brows on the spot, and then his entire body exploded. You, what kind of hero are you to attack a junior? The people from the Yang Realm berated. The red spider lily was unmoved and said, Damn you. My father was a hero, but he was killed by the people from the Yang Realm. I'm killing the enemy normally, and you have the nerve to spout nonsense? Come. Your uncle Red Spider Lily loves to kill the bastards from the Yang Realm, including old bastards like you. Rumble. The battle was intense. The one-legged ox roared and spat out lightning as it went to fight the old crow alone. Its roar was deafening. There were many wounds on its body that were so deep that bones could be seen. Although it was strong, it was suppressed by the Een realm and hadn't entered the divine realm. It was at a disadvantage against the vicious bird from the Yang realm. On the other side, Sky Knife Wu Xingquan had separated from the one-legged ox and was fighting the old heavenly hound alone. Kill. The blade light was like snowflakes as it engulfed the sky and illuminated the edge of the universe. Wu Xingquan was too powerful and lived up to his name. The old heavenly hound was terrifying. Every time it waved its claws, golden runes bloomed densely. It was activating the laws to suppress and kill Sky Knife Wu Xingquan. Amidst the clanging sounds, the two fought to the death. Energy surged and blood pressure covered the entire universe. In the end, the bright blade and Sky Knife Wu Xingquan's hand flashed. With a puff, the old heavenly hound's neck was cut open. A pale golden dog head flew out and blood flowed. Sky Knife, Wu Xingquan's blade, had beheaded the demigod Heavenly Hound. The dog's body disintegrated and was minced up by the endless blade chi. It turned into a bloody mist, including the soul light. However, amidst the furious barks, the old Heavenly Hound reappeared and reformed its true form. It opened its bloody mouth and said with incomparable ferocity and malevolence, "I have the Death Substitute Talisman and blocked this sure-kill attack. It's time for you to go on your way now." A Death Substitute Talisman of this level could only be refined by an evolver at the peak of the Divine Realm. Obviously, the Een Realm didn't have it. The Death Substitute Talisman can save you once, but can it save you a second or a third time? I'll chop off your dog head again. Wu Xingquan roared. This tall and sturdy man held his blade horizontally forward. His gaze was also as sharp and intimidating as the blade's edge. He was incomparably tyrannical, and his entire person was about to transform into an invincible blade. Kill! In an instant, he suddenly swung his blade backward. With a puff, he struck the black crow in the sky behind him, causing its feathers to wither and its blood to splatter. The one-legged ox had just encountered a calamity and was almost torn apart by the black crow. Wu Xingquan resolved the crisis with a single blade. Kill! Skyblade Wu Xingquan swung his blade again and pounced toward the old Heavenly Hound. He wanted to kill him for the second time. F***ck your grandpa. It really hurts. I, the new king of Permitha, am furious. The red spider lily shouted. A small section of its roots had been cut off by the three-pointed, double-edged blade of the opposing leader. The blue flames covering its body rushed into the sky and surged, causing the primal chaos in the distance to surge. Puffed. The red spider lily rushed to the side without a care for anything else. It enveloped a heavenly illuminator expert and completely wrapped him up. Then, it roared angrily and absorbed the person's energy. The leader chased after it from behind while the red spider lily kept changing its direction. During this process, the heavenly illuminator who was wrapped up was also struggling furiously. Countless law runes were blasted out, causing many of the red spider lily's leaves and smaller branches to break and fall off. But with a puff, this person was finally destroyed by the red spider lily, and his life energy was sucked dry. This is the fourth kill from your king. I'm not losing out. My life source has been replenished. Again, it roared as its roots grew and charged forward. On the other side, Skyblade, Wu Xingquan's tall and sturdy body, was also moving. The blade light surged forward like a waterfall or a vast ocean. It was bright and terrifying as he said, "I'll chop off your dog head again." The year of the dog is here. I'm a little worried that dogs are being abused during the new year. I'll burn incense and pray to the Black Emperor later. On New Year's Eve, I wish everyone a happy family and a perfect ending. I wish everyone good luck in the coming year. I wish everyone good luck. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.